injured or died because of these drugs?
Prosecutors at a press conference yesterday said that about 20 horses may have died as a result of this doping.
Is one of the trainers, Jorge Navarro's horse, XY Jet? He's named in one of the indictments as a recipient of these drugs, and he died of an apparent heart attack in January. Is that death being attributed to the drugs?
They would not directly link the two. They indicated that their investigation is definitely continuing, but there was no direct link between the death of XY Jet and the doping. But they made it clear that they're still looking into that horse's death.
Did they say or imply whether they thought this kind of doping of racehorses extends beyond this group?
Well, not in terms of they declined to go beyond the four corners of the indictment, which is something that the U.S. Attorney in Manhattan often says. But they made it clear that they're continuing to investigate doping in the racehorse industry, and that there's probably more to come.
So now, Maximum Security, the horse that I mentioned at the beginning, he won the richest race, the $10 million Saudi Cup in February. Does that stand? Are they going to try to go back and, pull the rankings of some of these horses?
Don't really know about that yet. It's a little early. One thing I do know that has already happened is that the owners of Maximum Security has said that they're going to take that horse to be trained by Bob Baffert since the indictment came out. There could be additional fallout to come, but for now that stands.
And even I don't know much about horse racing, but even I know Bob Baffert's name, a very famous trainer. So this is $100 billion global horse racing industry. Is there scrutiny of it in other areas?
Well, scrutiny certainly came last year. There's been a number of deaths at the Santa Anita racetrack in California, which is one of the nation's premier tracks, and that kind of increased scrutiny on the industry as a whole because it continued to happen and really brought the spotlight on racehorse deaths. So I imagine they are looking at all aspects of the industry. They made it clear that, like I said, this is only the beginning of the investigation, and they're continuing to look at all segments of the industry.
So are these performance-enhancing drugs on a list of banned drugs by the FDA, or are they just bad drugs for horses?
Well, they're certainly not approved by the FDA, and many times, at least in this case, the allegations are that they adulterated some of the drugs, misbranded them to avoid detection, and that sort of thing. So
what is the crime that they're actually charged with?
So they are charged with a number of conspiracy charges. The trainers that we talked about, Navarro and Jason Service, are charged with a number of conspiracy charges. There are also misbranding and adulteration conspiracy charges against some of the drug distributors, there's also, drug smuggling allegations against some of the people who facilitated the distribution.
And did they give, sometimes at these press conferences, they're happy to give a big number for how much might have been involved in a scheme or a ring. Did they give that number?
No, there's no real number attached to the scheme.
And finally, so I read that they executed some search warrants on the people involved in this. Are they executing more search warrants, if you know?
We don't really know that right now. They did not indicate that any more charges are imminent. But like I said, they are continuing to investigate. So, with 27 people indicted, you can imagine that there's probably more in the works.
And also, I just wonder, are any of the national organizations for animals involved in this in any way? Policing the racehorses?
Don't really know myself off the top of my head. I imagine they are getting involved at this point. The industry is reacting in a major way. Started reacting last night, like I said. The owner of Maximum Security moved it to Bob Baffert, and the fallout's going to be pretty large, I imagine.
All right.
This is really the only beginning.
All right. Thank you so much, Chris. That's Chris Dolmesh. He's Bloomberg News legal reporter. And coming up on Bloomberg Law, we're going to be talking about the Stairway to Heaven, that iconic song. And it's been involved in a really rigorous copyright battle that's had 2 replays at the Ninth Circuit. And right now, Led Zeppelin has won the last hearing. I'm June Grasso, and this is Bloomberg.
Asset managers who seize change to launch new strategies, add distribution channels, or exploit new technology to re-engineer the investor experience are often rewarded. However, in an industry paralyzed with complexity, few act with agility or decisively. Few run their business strategically. Yet, the most competitive managers in the market know, with the right partner and a flexible operating platform, you can. Go boldly toward change with SEI Investment Manager Services.
Determination and operational strength are both essential factors for growth in asset management. I'm Steve Meyer, President and Head of SEI's Investment Manager Services Division. We know that disruptive forces create opportunities around the world. If you see potential in change, our industry specialists will maximize SEI's integrated platform of data and risk management, global investment operations, compliance support, and investor services to position your asset management business for success. Come grow with us.
With SEI Investment Manager Services, you lead the charge in a competitive marketplace. Learn more at SEIC.com/seize change.
Business is constantly evolving. Is your financial printer evolving to keep ahead of the curve? At Command Financial, we are redefining financial printing by providing industry-leading expertise, leveraging technology, and honing processes and best practices. Every day, Command helps SEC registrants, as well as members of their working groups, including securities attorneys and investment bankers, prepare, file, and disseminate regulatory and disclosure documents, such as registration statements, M&A documents, and mutual fund prospectuses and reports. Command provides a full range of services to help you effectively complete your deal, meet your disclosure requirements, and achieve your shareholder communications objectives. Visit our website at commandfinancial.com and learn how we're evolving, not only with the times, but also with your business requirements. Command Financial, redefining financial printing.
What if you could keep the top economic experts in a conference?
Life. It's a funny old game, isn't it? 1 minute you're on top, the next, you need all the help you can get.
Yeah, later, yeah.
So make sure you're there for those around you. Don't just be a spectator. Be a supporter. Bleed for life. Join us at blood.co.uk.
At Asda, with our great range of beers and cider, it looks like you're hosting. Get 2 packs for just £18 or just £10 each. Like 12 bottles of Corona or 10 cans of Copperberg Cherry. Cracking brands, refreshing prices. Don't compromise. Asda. Save money. Live better. Selected stores subject to availability. Offer ends 18th of March. 330 millilitres each. Drink aware.
When you're not listening to your team, take it to the end zone, the rim, or the net. Keep up with the biggest moments in sports by following TuneIn on social media.
Block, Cook into the end zone for the touchdown.
From reminders of the live top games to tips of the best sports stations and podcasts.
Welcome to Undisputed. We are live from Los Angeles. I'm Jenny Taft here with Skip
Follow
Bayless.
at TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to get the most out of TuneIn.
This week on the New Yorker Radio Hour, we'll ask whether America is ready to elect a Democratic Socialist for president. Plus, the science fiction legend William Gibson on climate change and the end of the future.
How often do you hear the phrase, the 22nd century? Don't hear it. We no longer have that sense of cultural anticipation.
Listen to this episode of the New Yorker Radio Hour on TuneIn today.
The puck drops. 12 players face off to win. The suspense is pure torture. but you wouldn't miss this for the world. TuneIn brings you every minute of the NHL season. Listen live to hockey when it matters most on TuneIn.
Like what you're listening to? Want to make getting back to it easier? Use the favorite button to keep track of the stations and podcasts you love on TuneIn. Just tap or click the heart icon to add it to your favorites. Then find all your go-to audio under the Favorites tab. Pretty easy, right?
Willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Message and data rates may apply. T&C and privacy terms can be found at babbel.com/terms. Please don't text and drive.
Have you wanted to speak a new language, but you thought it'd be too hard or take too much time? Then try Babbel for free by texting EXPLORE to 64,000. In just 15 minutes a day, you'll be on your way to speaking a new language in just a few weeks. And right now, you can try Babbel for free. Babbel starts out teaching you words and phrases by matching them with pictures. You won't believe how easy the interactive program is. Soon the sentences get a little bigger, and before you know it, you're having simulated conversations voiced by native speakers. And because Babbel is crafted by language experts and uses the spaced repetition method, in just 10 to 15 minutes a day, you'll be speaking the language of your choice with real confidence. With Babbel, you can speak a language. Just text EXPLORE to 64,000 and start your first lesson in the language of your choice for free. Download the Babbel app or text EXPLORE to 64,000 and try it for free. Text EXPLORE to 64,000.
Hey y'all, Jeff Foxworthy here. Now, if you've ever found yourself repeating the same thing over and over for 75 years, you might be Smokey Bear.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
That's why I'm filling in for Smokey to switch things up, because there's a lot more to say. And I should know because my grandfather was a firefighter. And one of the things he taught me is that the people that love the outdoors the most are often the ones accidentally starting wildfires, which means always BYOB. No, bring your own bucket to the campfire. And be extra careful with things like burning yard trimmings. Don't just walk away, or chances are you might be starting a wildfire. So for the love of the outdoors, go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet, a BlackRock employee here in New York, has tested positive for coronavirus. And we have also got word that New York officials will be closing public gathering spaces in New Rochelle in an effort to slow down the spread of the coronavirus outbreak. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, they're all advancing. A wild session, another wild day on Wall Street. Stocks turning higher as investors await details on the Trump administration's expected stimulus to combat the coronavirus's economic output. Impacts, I should say. Treasuries fell. Oil jumped right now as Texas Intermediate crude surging 8%, $33.58 a barrel. Brent up 7.6%, $36.98 for a barrel of Brent. The 10-year, the yield on the 10-year now, 0.65%. S&P up 28 points, higher by 1%. The Dow up 195, up 0.8%. And NASDAQ up 103 points. That is a gain of 1.3%. Gold lower by 1.2%, down $20 the ounce now, $16.60 for an ounce of the precious metal. Recapping, oil rallying, West Texas Intermediate up 7.8%. S&P up by 1%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Epic copyright battle over Led Zeppelin's iconic Stairway to Heaven, one jury trial and 2 replays at the Ninth Circuit, has resulted in a win for the band and for the music industry. Joining me is intellectual property litigator Terrence Ross, a partner at Catton Muchin Rosenman. Terry, the plaintiff claimed the songs were similar based on the combination of 5 common musical elements. What did the court say about that?
Well, the court agreed with the jury's finding that these 5 individual elements were not substantially similar. The court went on to say that they were all relatively common building blocks in musical composition, and that therefore they really weren't protectable under the Copyright Act in the first place.
So we've talked about this before. So that means a few note sequence can be copyrighted?
No, the court has specifically said and repeated in this case that they've never, they use the word never, extended copyright protection to just a few notes. The argument made on appeal here by the trustee for the plaintiff was that it wasn't merely a few notes that were copied, it was a purportedly unique combination of these 5 musical elements, which each in and of themselves might have been unprotectable, but when combined in a unique way became copyrightable, and that is why Stairway to Heaven infringed the copyright of the song Taurus.
So now, the Ninth Circuit had what's called the inverse ratio rule for copyright cases for more than 40 years. Did it reverse that in this case? And explain what that is.
So that's probably what the scholars will say is the most important takeaway from this case, that the Ninth Circuit's infamous inverse ratio rule has been abrogated, completely overruled. Keep in mind that this decision was by the entire court of the Ninth Circuit, a big court to start with, but all the active judges, 11 judges participated in this, and so it's a very important decision just on that basis alone. But what the inverse ratio rule said was, if in these cases where you cannot prove direct copying, where the person took something to the Xerox machine and copied it, or you watched them hand copied it, where you have to show circumstantial copying, and you have to prove that the defendant had both access to the work and substantial similarity. If you have a really lot of access, which was the case here, therefore you don't have to show as much similarity. That's the inverse ratio. Lots of access, less similarity, very little access, lots of similarity required. The vast majority of courts in the nation have rejected that rule. The Ninth Circuit now joins them and says, we've gotten it wrong for all these years, and it's 20 plus years now. We've had it wrong all those years, and we are now abrogating the inverse ratio rule for copyright cases.
I thought it was interesting that the appeals court said that access has been diluted in the digital age because so many works are available on Netflix, on YouTube, on Spotify.
Yeah, it made a very interesting point using the television show The Office as an example. It said essentially that anywhere you turn, you will find an episode of The Office, and therefore these highly accessible copyrighted works like The Office take advantage of this inverse ratio rule unfairly, as opposed to other works that aren't as accessible in our digital world. And the copyright law was never intended to favor one class of works over another class of works, or one type of copyright over another copyright, and therefore the inverse ratio rule on public policy grounds was wrong. And of course, this is what all the other courts had been saying for 20 years now, and the Ninth Circuit just got around to figuring it out.
Well, better late than never, as they say, right? We've talked before about copyright lawsuits that the music industry recently has called frivolous, like the Blurred Lines trial in 2015. Will this decision clear that up? Will it make it better for the music industry?
Well, it remains to be seen. The dissent here, 2 judges did dissent from the decision, so it was 9-2. The dissent specifically said that this ruling will, as it said, weaken copyright protection for musicians by robbing them of the ability to protect a unique way of combining musical elements. And this goes back to the finding by the majority that the way the combination of the 5 different musical building blocks was made was not really something that could be sued upon here. I think the dissent, however, overstates the case. The majority did not say under no circumstances could some combination of common musical elements be copyrightable. They did not say that. The dissent seems to assume that they did. What they said was in this instance, we did not see at the trial record anything that indicated that the plaintiff had demonstrated that these 5 disparate common musical elements were combined in such a way that was then copied by Led Zeppelin. And so I think that's the distinction, and therefore I think to a certain extent the dissent is crying wolf here.
Mm-hmm. Terry, a court in New York has put off a trial involving Ed Sheeran, waiting for this decision. About a minute here. What are they waiting for, and does this answer it?
Well, I don't know if it will or it will not. They were not waiting on the decision on the inverse ratio rule because the Second Circuit had already rejected that. Clearly, they were looking at the concept of whether or not a plaintiff should be entitled to get a jury instruction telling the jury that they should consider whether or not there's a certain selection of musical elements combined in such a way as to make them unique and therefore entitled to copyright protection. I'm not sure that there's the sort of clarity here in this decision that's going to help the New York court, quite frankly, because I believe that the ruling by the Ninth Circuit is very fact-specific to the Led Zeppelin case.
Terry, always a pleasure to speak to you. Thanks so much. That's Terrence Ross. He's a partner at Catton, Muchin, Roseman. And now, right here, right now, Jason Kelly, Bloomberg Business Week.
It's all happening.
It is.
It's all happening in the markets, that's for sure. The market trying to make up its mind about what it thinks about the coronavirus, the response, potential fiscal stimulus. We'll get into that. We also have the co-founder of Square along. He's got a new book. We got a lot to ask him.
All right. Well, that's coming up next right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm June Grosso. This is Bloomberg.
Life. It's a funny old game, isn't it? 1 minute you're on top, the next, you need all the help you can get.
Yeah, later, yeah.
So make sure you're there for those around you. Don't just be a spectator. Be a supporter. Bleed for life. Join us at blood.co.uk.
A change is coming. Millions of people across the UK are realising that if their broadband's out of contract, they could be out of pocket. So it's time to switch and save with Vodafone Superfast Broadband for £21.95 a month. Join the Great British Broadband switch today. The future's exciting. Ready? Vodafone.
18-month contract subject to credit check. Superfast 1, 73% of customers receive sync speeds above 35 megabits per second. Source Ofcom fairer pricing. Price may change during your contract. See vodafone.co.uk/broadband.
At the Bank of Santander, they've created Stan, a smart bot that can predict the future of remortgaging.
All right, Stan, will my mortgage rate go up?
1955 was the last time Newcastle won the cup.
No, and try not to mumble.
Playing, let's get ready to rumble.
Oh.
Meanwhile, at Santander, they can't predict your future, but they'll help secure it with great mortgage rates fixed for up to 10 years. See what's possible at Santander.
Early repayment charges apply. Lending subject to status and criteria. Your home may be repossessed if you do not keep up repayments on your mortgage.
The puck drops. 12 players face off to win. The suspense is pure torture, but you wouldn't miss this for the world. TuneIn brings you every minute of the NHL season. Listen live to hockey when it matters most on TuneIn.
From the financial capital of the world, 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg Radio.
And you're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. We're going to take you straight to Capitol Hill, where President Trump is speaking.
Do something a different way, but it was a much slower process from a previous administration. And we did change them. We made the changes. But the testing has gone very well. And when people need a test, they can get a test. When the professionals need a test, when they need tests for people, they can get the test. It's gone really well. Look, the biggest thing that we did was stopping the inflow of people early on. And that was weeks ahead of schedule, weeks ahead of what other people would have done. In fact, other people mostly would probably not have done it even till now. And that's made a big difference.
Are you planning to fire anyone?
Who was?
Spreading the virus in the United States? The numbers?
No, I think the people are doing a fantastic job. In fact, just today I have it inside. Gavin Newsom in California said tremendous. There's an article just came out. I had it inside. I showed it to the senators, and I showed them other articles too, where governors, Democrat governors, are saying we've done a fantastic job. Gavin Newsom said there's not a thing that he's asked for that we weren't able to get him. And, you know, he's been he's a critical guy, like we all are, but it was a very positive statement. Many Democrat governors have said that the task force and the federal government, what we've done, has been terrific.
Mr. President, how will Americans be prepared for the economy to suffer?
Well, this was unexpected. This was something that came out of China, and it hit us and many other countries. You look at the numbers. I see the numbers with just by watching you folks. I see it. It's over 100 different countries, and it hit the world. And we're prepared, and we're doing a great job with it. And it will go away. Just stay calm. It will go away. We want to protect our shipping industry, our cruise industry, cruise ships. We want to protect our airline industry. Very important. But everybody has to be vigilant and has to be careful. But be calm. It's really working out, and a lot of good things are going to happen. The consumer is ready. The consumer is so powerful in our country with what we've done with tax cuts and regulation cuts and all of those things. The consumer has never been in a better position than they are right now. So a lot of good things are going to happen. Thank you very much.
So you've been listening to President Trump there from Capitol Hill making some general statements about the readiness of the United States when it comes to the coronavirus. Of course, investors are upbeat a little bit more than they have been, certainly versus what we saw yesterday on expectations, Jason, that we're going to see some kind of stimulus, if you will, and some programs coming out of Congress specifically to help out those that are struggling through this time. Because no doubt about it, the coronavirus is having an impact. We're seeing it on some of the headlines. You are, of course, listening to Bloomberg Business Week. It is Tuesday, March 10th, 2020. Watching on YouTube, Carol Master along with Jason Kelly.
And we'll continue to look at the virus from all angles, expecting more headlines from Washington. Certainly. Let's get an update on that trade. It's been a little bit uneven. Charlie Pellet here to break it down. Hey, Charlie.
Higher across the board. Hello and happy Tuesday to you. A little movement while the president was speaking with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ. They are all advancing right now. Stocks have turned higher in another wild day on Wall Street. Investors waiting for more details from the Trump administration on its expected stimulus to combat the coronavirus's economic impact. Right now, we have got the S&P up 19. That is a gain of about 0.7%. The Dow up 132, up by 0.6%. NASDAQ up by 0.9%, higher now by 70 points. The 10-year yield 0.66%. Gold is down 1.3% right now, $16.59 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude surging, sharp contrast to yesterday. It is up now by 7.6%. WTI 33.49 a barrel. Bottom line, fast-moving markets. Keep it locked into Bloomberg Radio for the very latest. And of course, we're talking markets all afternoon long right here on Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie, thanks a lot. And you are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. As I said, we're going to talk more about the markets, the virus. We're going to talk a little bit about the oil patch. Obviously, that has been of great interest, as Charlie mentioned. Crude bouncing back after an historic day yesterday.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And on the virus, we're going to talk about Ground Zero and patient number 1 in Seattle. We take you to where it all started in the U.S., check in with one official at the hospital where the first case was treated. So we'll see what they are dealing with. Gives us an idea of maybe potentially what's to come or what's at stake, certainly from the virus and the medical perspective.
And later on, we're going to catch up with the CEO of Dream Hotel Group, longtime hospitality guy. He's going to talk about building new hotels amid all of this. And Jim McKelvey, he is the co-founder of Square. He'll be along to talk about his book. And we've got some questions for him about some of the things that are going on in the tech world. In the meantime, let's set the Business Week agenda. Elena Popina is here with us, equity markets reporter for Bloomberg, alongside Dave Wilson, stocks editor, author of the Chart and Stock of the Day. Dave, I want to start with you. What's the one thing you're taking away from this market right now? A different tone from yesterday, but uneven.
Uneven. That's a good way to put it. I mean, investors are really struggling with what companies deserve to be valued at this point as much as anything. Take a look at the S&P 500 Energy Index. At one point today, it was up 6.7%. And then it was down 1.5%. It's higher at the moment, but, just 0.3%. I mean, you look at where it is now, you say, ho-hum, no kind of day. You've seen amazing volatility in the group and in individual shares. ExxonMobil, perfect example, was up 10.5% at one point. It's now down 0.2%. So, it's really kind of all over the map when it comes to trading in energy stocks in particular and, arguably the broader market in general.
Yeah, I do wonder, too, as we watch some of these headlines that the president said, Lindsey Graham also coming out and saying the senators had mixed reaction to that payroll tax cut idea. I mean, the devil's in the details. And I mean, investors are looking for details when it comes to feeling more confident potentially about the corporate environment and the economic outlook. Elena, come on in on what you're watching specifically.
I'm watching specifically small cap companies. They are up more than 1% today, even as the broader market is edging higher. What is interesting is if you look at the small cap stocks, Russell 2000 index over the past 2 weeks, they're down 23%, almost 24% actually. That is the index's entire gain for last year, for 2019. So just to compare, the S&P 500 is still up more than 10% since the beginning of last year.
And technically a bear market, right, for small caps?
Yes,
right?
technically
in terms of the
bear market.
And
that's so different from what analysts have been expecting. Small caps haven't had a fantastic 2019. People have been saying, listen, this year is going to be better. It doesn't look like it's going to happen.
I'll tell you one thing I'm watching, Carol, is a group of Wall Street CEOs headed to the White House. Goldman's CEO David Solomon, Wells Fargo Charlie Scharf, CEO Charlie Scharf. I will say, sorry to be a little bit cheeky, but
welcome to the job.
Well, Charlie Scharf, hey, I'm in town anyway. I'm testifying on Capitol Hill. Sure, yeah, I can stop by, no problem. Michael Corbat's going to be there.
Is that 2 birds with 1 stone?
Right, exactly. Hey, I'm here. I got a hotel room already, so I'll just stop by and help you figure this out. Anyway.
I have to say, yeah, I think that's, and I think it's going to be interesting to see what comes out of it. I mean, I ultimately keep looking at this market, having been here through, as many of us, through the financial crisis and other crises. I mean, we tend to, as a nation and as a market, that to me is what I'm watching. I mean, do I feel like this is the financial crisis? No. Do I think potentially we could run into a recession? Signs are indicating yes. Will we ultimately bounce back? Yes. It's just a matter of how quickly, how fast. And some of it has to do with the policies we get out of Washington.
And we've kind of been where we are in the past few years and managed to overcome it to the point that we can still talk about a bull market. We've headed off the 20% decline in the S&P 500, which is typically the marker between the bear and the bull. So as long as that's the case, I mean, things kind of carry on.
Right. They do indeed, and we will carry on throughout the day. Dave Wilson, you'll be back with us in a bit with your chart and later stock of the day. Thanks to you, and thanks to Elena Popina, equity markets reporter for Bloomberg. Let's do the Bloomberg Business Week Bite of the Day. Carol, one number that tells us a lot. Today's number, 40 million.
Right, nice and round. Alipay, the mobile payment app owned by billionaire Jack Ma, well, it's stepping up its competition with WeChat by targeting 40 million merchants and service providers in China to use its mini programs. Alipay's goal is to get more of its 900 million users to tap expanded services in everything from real estate purchases to restaurant and cinema bookings. The company has been experimenting with the initiative for 3 years and now has about 1.7 million such programs. The numbers when it comes to China and anything in China just blow my mind. But the whole idea is, here's a platform. Let's get everybody to use it for everything.
Yeah, for as much as you possibly can. All right, Bob Moon is here. He's got world and national headlines. Hey, Bob.
Jason, Democrats are proposing help for those who don't get paid sick leave or are laid off during the coronavirus slowdown, but President Trump is not ready with plans to boost the economy. Bloomberg's Irv Chapman reports from Capitol Hill.
The president welcomed executives of major health insurers who've agreed to eliminate copays for coronavirus tests.
We are working very closely with the cruise line industry. They're spending a lot of money, and they are working very hard, and we're going to be helping that industry. Likewise with the airline industry, they're taking very, very strong steps. We're helping them. They're two great industries, and we'll be helping them through this patch.
Congress is in recess next week, but travel plans out of this country are being canceled. On Capitol Hill, Irv Chapman, Bloomberg Radio.
After a series of scandals involving Wells Fargo triggered outrage on Capitol Hill, some lawmakers are calling for more oversight. Republicans, though, are pushing hard against that. The House Financial Services Committee has been hearing from CEO Charles Scharf, who's promising changes at the bank. Ranking member Patrick McHenry insists it's only a problem with Wells Fargo, and he suggests it's not worth taking time away from the focus on the coronavirus.
We don't have the luxury of 3 politically motivated, ideological hearings on Wells Fargo right now. There are serious things happening in the world while we're having this hearing.
Chairwoman Maxine Waters of California says the bank was operating with no rules and needs more oversight by the federal government. Global news 24 hours a day, on air on Quick Take by Bloomberg. Powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Bob Moon.
Two people who are as fascinated by the markets as you are.
What's your sense of the competitive landscape in the cloud business?
Lisa Abramowitz.
People are talking about potential regulatory pressure.
And Paul Sweeney.
Are you seeing flows into ESG ETFs?
Bloomberg Markets.
What's your main conversation today with some of these corporate executives?
Weekday mornings at 10 Eastern.
They're spending a lot of money there.
On Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
Not completing high school is more of a social thing than it was an academic thing. Even though all these years have passed, I still had that longing to have my diploma.
At age 30, Carissa finished her high school diploma.
If you're even considering getting your high school diploma, you can do it.
No one gets a diploma alone. If you're thinking of finishing your high school diploma, you have help. Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org. That's finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
Are you interested in a challenging and exciting career? One where you can be part of solving complex challenges across industries and geographies? Bloomberg's ever-expanding technology, data, news, and media services foster innovation, empower clients, and offer nearly limitless opportunities for career growth. Visit Bloomberg.com/careers today to view our current job opportunities. Bloomberg LP is an equal opportunity employer. The address once again is Bloomberg.com/careers.
You're fierce. You take care of business and don't hold back. Taking care of your health shouldn't be any different. You know when something's off. Don't ignore symptoms like fatigue, joint pain, and rashes. Listen to your body. It could be lupus. We're here to help you take control. Learn how at BeFierceTakeControl.org. Brought to you by the Lupus Foundation of America and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention.
In-depth analysis, concise.
Life. It's a funny old game, isn't it? 1 minute you're on top, the next, you need all the help you can get.
Yeah, later, yeah.
So make sure you're there for those around you. Don't just be a spectator. Be a supporter. Bleed for life. Join us at blood.co.uk.
At Asda, with our great range of beers and cider, it looks like you're hosting. Get 2 packs for just £18 or just £10 each. Like 12 bottles of Corona or 10 cans of Copperberg Cherry. Cracking brands, refreshing prices. Don't compromise. Asda. Save money. Live better. Selected stores subject to availability. Offer ends 18th of March. 330 millilitres each. Drink aware.
Like what you're listening to? Want to make getting back to it easier? Use the favorite button to keep track of the stations and podcasts you love on TuneIn. Just tap or click the heart icon to add it to your favorites. Then find all your go-to audio under the favorites tab. Pretty easy, right?
When you're not listening to your team, take it to the end zone, the rim, or the net. Keep up with the biggest moments in sports by following TuneIn on social media.
Block, Cook into the end zone for the touchdown.
From reminders of the live top games to tips of the best sports stations and podcasts.
Welcome to Undisputed. We are live from Los Angeles. I'm Jenny Taft here with Skip
Follow
Bayless.
at TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to get the most out of TuneIn. The puck drops. 12 players face off to win. The suspense is pure torture, but you wouldn't miss this for the world. TuneIn brings you every minute of the NHL season. Listen live to hockey when it matters most on TuneIn.
This week on the New Yorker Radio Hour, we'll ask whether America is ready to elect a Democratic Socialist for president. Plus, the science fiction legend William Gibson on climate change and the end of the future.
How often do you hear the phrase, the 22nd century? Don't hear it. We no longer have that sense of cultural anticipation.
Listen to this episode of the New Yorker Radio Hour on TuneIn today.
.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
Asset managers who seize change to launch new strategies, add distribution channels, or exploit new technology to re-engineer the investor experience are often rewarded. However, in an industry paralyzed with complexity, few act with agility or decisively. Few run their businesses strategically. Yet the most competitive managers in the market know with the right partner and a flexible operating system, you can. Go boldly toward change with SEI Investment Manager Services.
Determination and operational strength are both essential factors for growth in asset management. I'm Steve Meyer, President and Head of SEI's Investment Manager Services Division. We know that disruptive forces create opportunities around the world. If you see potential in change, our industry specialists will maximize SEI's integrated platform of data and risk management, global investment operations, compliance support, and investor services to position your asset management business for success. Come grow with us.
With SEI Investment Manager Services, you lead the charge in a competitive marketplace. Learn more at SEIC.com/seize change.
The Bloomberg Business of Sports podcast. How did the Yankees become this mega valuable team? Where the money is flowing inside sports around the globe.
From the marketing perspective, where are the dollars spent?
From union heads to team owners, Scott Soshnick and Michael Barr speak to the names that power this multi-billion-dollar industry.
Boston Red Sox CEO Sam Kennedy.
National Hockey League Commissioner Gary Bettman.
Bloomberg Business of Sports. Listen today on Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, or subscribe on Apple Podcasts.
Business is constantly evolving. Is your financial printer evolving to keep ahead of the curve? At Command Financial, we are redefining financial printing by providing industry-leading expertise, leveraging technology, and honing processes and best practices. Every day, Command helps SEC registrants, as well as members of their working groups, including securities attorneys and investment bankers, prepare, file, and disseminate regulatory and disclosure documents, such as registration statements, M&A documents, and mutual fund prospectuses and reports. Command provides a full range of services to help you effectively complete your deal, meet your disclosure requirements, and achieve your shareholder communications objectives. Visit our website at commandfinancial.com and learn how we're evolving, not only with the times, but also with your business requirements. Command Financial, redefining financial printing.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We begin with this headline from the Bloomberg Professional Service. President Trump telling Republican senators he wants the payroll tax waived through the election. Stocks are holding on to gains right now, turning higher in what has been another wild day on Wall Street. Investors awaiting details on the Trump administration's expected stimulus to combat the economic impact of the coronavirus. Right now, the S&P 500 index up 36 points. That is a gain of 1.3%. The Dow higher by 286 points. That is a gain of 1.2%. NASDAQ higher as well. The NASDAQ Composite Index up now by 109 points. That is a gain of 1.4%. 10-year, the yield there, 0.69%. We've got gold down 1.6%, $16.54 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up now by 8.9%. WTI $33.92 a barrel. Brent $32.06. That is a gain of 7.7%. Again, recapping, stocks higher. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. Another wild day, though. S&P up 34, up by 1.3%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie, thanks a lot. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week right here on Bloomberg Radio.
So the first U.S. case of the virus was confirmed in Washington state. That happened at Providence Regional Medical Center in Everett. Now, that hospital part of the $25 billion Providence St. Joseph Health System, which includes 51 hospitals, 800 clinics, or more than 800, and about 115,000 caregivers. A very big system. Dr. Amy Compton Phillips is back with us. She's Chief Clinical Officer and Executive Vice President at Providence St. Joseph Health. Once again on the phone from Everett, Washington. Dr. Compton Phillips, I know it's a hectic time, certainly for you guys out there, but we do look to what's going on in Washington to get an idea of maybe perhaps how this virus is ultimately being dealt with and hopefully managed and controlled. Where are we?
Thanks so much for asking. We are in early days. It's really interesting. I'm actually, in downtown Seattle, and with the impact of this virus on our community, Seattle looks a little bit like a ghost town because all of the large industries have asked people to work from home, which means that we're doing the important things around social distancing, trying to prevent spread of the virus from one person to the next. But it definitely has an impact on the way it feels walking around the city.
And so, Dr. Compton Phillips, help us understand where we are medically as well and clinically, because we're all trying to get our heads around the spread, and you are in a unique position, fortunately or unfortunately, to really understand how this is working, how it's spreading, how it's manifesting. Help us understand what you've learned.
Will do. We're still, like I said, early days, and part of that is because we simply do not yet have access to the testing we need to be able to identify people before they have symptoms or very early in their symptoms. Because, I know that the plan is to ramp up testing capacity, but we're not there yet. The test kits are not out into the community, which means that we're saving test kits for people who are quite ill. And so our stats here in the U.S. make it look like the mortality is very high, but we're only testing people who have severe pneumonia.
So can I ask you why those test kits are not in the community? Is it just a case that they're not available?
They aren't available, exactly. So there was, you've read a lot about what's going on with the initial CDC test. But also part of it is we've developed our own test in-house. We simply can't get the reagents. Those reagents have all been used for tests in China and in South Korea, where they're doing 10,000 tests a day, and in manufacturing, the one by the federal government. And so I was literally on the phone with the chief exec and the chief medical officer at Roche yesterday, trying to get enough reagents for us to be able to run 500 tests. And there just simply is not enough manufactured in the supply chain.
So what's the consequences of our inability to do the tests that I think many would argue need to be done so that we can really amass and figure out what the situation is, what the accurate situation is?
Well, so what happens is people are, and very justifiably, fearful of the virus. And so companies and organizations are making calls like shut down the entire campus because we might have had one person who was exposed. And so we're actually, my personal belief is we're impacting the economy even more because we simply can't assess who does have the germ and who needs to be isolated and kept under quarantine. So right now, instead, we're shutting down big swaths of the city so that we don't have the transmission from person to person like we all worry about.
And what have you learned, Dr. Compton Phillips? And I think it's interesting that, as you say, you're only testing the most severe cases. What have you learned that maybe you didn't know a couple weeks ago about this illness and its symptoms or the way that it's working medically?
Well, we definitely have learned that it is a virus that if you have any underlying medical issues, and it could be that you're older, or it could be that you have diabetes or heart disease, that this particular virus has a predilection for going down into the lungs and causing pneumonia. And that's the downside to it, that rather than regular influenza where you get a fever and a headache and a little bit of a cough, this one, by going down into the lungs, can cause real repercussions. And so we are having to do all kinds of interesting things like converting additional hospital beds over to ICU beds to prepare for an influx of people who may need assistance with ventilation.
So, When all is said and done, do you have any do you feel like visibility about how much longer? And as you said, early days, so maybe this question is really, forgive me, pretty stupid, but I do wonder if you have any visibility about how long, based on what happened in China, can we start to draw any conclusions about how this plays out in the U.S.? Just got about 50 seconds here.
Absolutely not a stupid question, and I wish I had that crystal ball, and I don't. I hope that it goes away like seasonal flu does during the summer time, but can't predict that. And we are not doing what they did in China, which is absolutely shutting down the economy and confining everybody to home. And so I think our experience here in the U.S. will play out quite differently.
All right. We really appreciate your time, just providing insights that very few are getting, candidly, and you're on the ground. You understand this so holistically. We really appreciate it. Dr. Amy Compton-Phillips is Chief Clinical Officer and Executive Vice President of Providence St. Joseph Health. She joined us on the phone, as she said, from Seattle, where it's all happening, and so much has happened. Correct. We've learned a lot so far. In fact, we're going to catch up with Peter Robeson later on. His reporting has just been phenomenal.
I think what she said about Kent getting the reagents is placed in the supply chain in the medical community, and so much of that, I think, is still, or has been in China. So accessing that has been a real difficulty, and you need those reagents to create those test kits. All right, stick around, folks. Lots more to come right here on Bloomberg Business Week on Bloomberg Radio and on YouTube.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. It's been a sloppy day on Wall Street as the market struggles to stabilize after yesterday's rout. Investors are hoping for details on the Trump administration's expected stimulus moves to ease the impact from the coronavirus. Prices are modestly higher, but barely making a dent in their recent losses. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up 224, the S&P 500 up 30, the Nasdaq Composite is up 97. The coronavirus was just what the nation's retailers didn't need as they work to stabilize their businesses, with more people shopping online. Visits to U.S. stores fell last week for a fifth straight week, according to Prodco Analytics. The more than 9% decline was the biggest since December. Gap has reopened its New York corporate office after closing it last week due to a coronavirus scare. The retailer says an earlier report of a worker with the virus turned out to be inaccurate. Larry Kofsky, Bloomberg Radio.
Hi, I'm your host, Smokey Colbert, filling in for Smokey because after 75 years of...
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Turns out there's much more to say. Nearly 90% of wildfires are caused by us humans being careless, dumping our used barbecue coals willy-nilly. Guess the song was wrong. We did start the fire. That's why I respect Mother Nature and her trees, whether coniferous or new car scented. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Are you interested in a challenging and exciting career? One where you can be part of solving complex challenges across industries and geographies. Bloomberg's ever-expanding technology, data, news, and media services foster innovation, empower clients, and offer nearly limitless opportunities for career growth. Visit Bloomberg.com/careers today to view our current job opportunities. Bloomberg LP is an equal opportunity employer. The address once again is Bloomberg.com/careers.
Life. It's a funny old game, isn't it? 1 minute you're on top, the next, you need all the help you can get.
Yeah, later, yeah.
So make sure you're there for those around you. Don't just be a spectator. Be a supporter. Bleed for life. Join us at blood.co.uk.
Online shopping can be a minefield. Often something that looks too good to be true probably is. Whether it's sold-out concert tickets, a half-price holiday, or discounted designer shoes. Don't be fooled. Always use a secure payment method and check who you're buying from is genuine. At Lloyds Bank, we believe nothing is more important than our customers' trust. And together, we can keep your money safe. Lloyds Bank, by your side.
Switch to Sky Broadband Superfast. It's so reliable, we'll guarantee your speeds or money back. And for a short time only, it's just £25 a month for 18 months with a $19.95 setup fee. So stay connected with super reliable, super fast broadband at a super low price. Switch or recontract today. Search sky.com. Offer ends 12th of March. Prices may change during this period. Includes Sky Pay as you talk. Sky Fibre areas only. Speeds vary by location. 1 month subscription refund if speeds drop below minimum download speed for 3 consecutive days. Claim twice in minimum term after first 14 days. See sky.com/guarantee.
The puck drops. 12 players face off to win. The suspense is pure torture, but you wouldn't miss this for the world. TuneIn brings you every minute of the NHL season. Listen live to hockey when it matters most on TuneIn.
In case you didn't know, TuneIn lets you listen to the same radio stations you pick up on your home or car radio, except you can hear them from anywhere. If you want to find a station from somewhere else in the world, navigate to the By Location section under Browse. Keep exploring with TuneIn.
When you're not listening to your team, take it to the end zone, the rim, or the net. Keep up with the biggest moments in sports by following TuneIn on social media.
Block, Cook into the end zone for the touchdown.
From reminders of the live top games to tips of the best sports stations and podcasts.
Welcome to Undisputed. We are live from Los Angeles. I'm Jenny Taft here with Skip
Follow
Bayless.
at TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to get the most out of TuneIn.
You love TuneIn for live breaking news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, CNBC, and more. But when you can't catch your favorite show as it airs, it might just be a click away as a podcast. Search your favorite news station to explore all the on-demand news shows on TuneIn.
Broadcasting live to New York, Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 1061. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
Well, we know that misinformation has candidly been rampant as we try and figure out this coronavirus. That's why it's so great to talk to people like Amy Compton-Phillips out at Providence St. Joseph Health.
That was, I'm just going to say, you've got to go back and check out our podcast if you missed it, because that's an interview that everybody should listen to.
Yeah, got a lot smarter on that. Garrett DeVink is also going to make us smarter about what Google is doing to try and stem this tide of misinformation.
Sounds like they're actually policing what's going on
Go
Google.
figure.
Go figure. All right, let's figure out what's going on in terms of the markets. For that, we've got Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much. We've got Alphabet shares paired to Google up now by 1.6%. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all turning higher. It is another wild day on Wall Street. Investors awaiting details on the Trump administration's expected stimulus to combat the coronavirus's economic impact. Here's where we stand. S&P 500 index up 45 points. That is a gain of 1.6%. The Dow up 369 points, up by 1.5%. NASDAQ up 131 points, up by 1.7%. As for the market backdrop, Mike Ryan is Chief Investment Officer for America's Wealth Management at UBS Financial Services.
So we're telling our clients right now is, look, we certainly don't want to overreact to yesterday's sell-off because we thought that was exaggerated to the downside. We also want to be careful here because we do want to see some validation before we'll get some signs here that the market is stabilizing on a more sustained basis.
And right now we do have the 10-year, the yield there, 0.70%. Delta Airlines and American Airlines Group have walked away from their 2020 forecasts, say they will slash operations because of the coronavirus outbreak, joining carriers across the globe grappling with one of the worst cases in modern air travel. Right now, though, airline stocks, they're flying high on assistance hopes from the Trump administration. UAL is up by 12.7%. Delta Airlines up by 3.2%. American Airlines Group higher by 15.3%. Southwest Airlines up by 3.5%. And JetBlue up by 7.2%. Crude oil rallying 10.3% right now, making up some of yesterday's sell-off. A barrel of West Texas Intermediate, $34.36 a barrel. Brent, the global benchmark, $37.25. It is up by 8.4%. Gold down 1.6% at $16.53 the ounce. Recapping, stocks higher. The Dow now up by 404 points, up 1.7%. S&P up 49, up 1.8%. NASDAQ up 147, up 1.9%. And that's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar along with Jason Kelly right here in our Interactive Brokers studio.
people looking for the truth, well, in the past, they may have been stymied by lots and lots of responses when they Google something, all those results coming back. In an age where information is that much more important, especially when it comes to people's health, Google taking some different steps. Garrett DeVink co-wrote a really good story that both Carol and I really glommed onto this morning. Dr. Google scrubs coronavirus misinformation.
It's a great headline.
On search and YouTube. Garrett's here with us in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. Nice reporting on this. And a little bit of a surprise, it feels like, at least to maybe folks who aren't following it as closely as you are. Help us understand what Google's doing here.
Yeah, I mean, we've had a lot of controversy over the last few years about, essentially things, whether it's related to school shootings or terrorism or anti-vax hoaxes, that kind of thing, showing up on Google, showing up on Facebook, on Twitter, on YouTube. And at this, those conversations have kind of been going on, in a very intense way over the last couple of years. And when it comes to coronavirus, really lock things down in a way that they've kind of been hesitant to in the past. Of course, they do respond to some of those other issues mostly by just putting news results from mainstream news organizations at the top of YouTube results in particular. But when it comes to coronavirus on Google search, if you search on your phone or even on your desktop, the first 6 or 7 results will all be very official, will link to the CDC, will link to news reports or to the WHO itself. And so, I think they are just very careful about being seen as not doing enough, being seen as spreading misinformation, and they're really trying to lock it down in whatever way they can.
Why? And I don't know whether it's because Google, has been looking to maybe be a bigger player in the healthcare industry, and so this is right up their alley, and they want to make sure they get it right. Like, what's different versus some other situations where there's been a lot of misinformation on their site?
Yeah, I think we're in sort of a very particular political situation where Google's very concerned about this stuff, obviously, more so than some of the other maybe U.S.-specific political controversies that they've gotten criticism for in the past. But I do think you're right. I think what's interesting is it says, okay, well, say, this does sort of end at some point and this virus comes under control. Where does Google go from that? Because the Dr. Google criticism has been there for a while, that people have been Googling their symptoms instead of talking to a doctor or really figuring things out on their own, especially in the U.S. where people are sometimes hesitant if they don't have health insurance to go to a doctor. And so I think, we have some, sourcing saying that Google is looking more and more at stepping up some of the ways that they provide health information and search that is different than how they provide other kinds of info.
Well, and you have to imagine that given the power and the influence of Google, maybe as Google goes, so goes at least the more responsible corners of the internet, or is that me being overly optimistic?
Yeah, and it goes back to that conversation of, if we really want to zoom back and say, Google has a lot of power over the internet. They always say, our algorithms are neutral. We're not here to pick and choose winners, but that's exactly what they do. And, it's good if they want to focus on sort of quality of content and that kind of thing. But at the end of the day, decisions that are made by engineers in secret at Google do have huge ramifications for the internet and the kind of information that people find and that lives and dies.
Well, because as you sort of allude to when we've learned this about artificial intelligence, so much of what you get on the back end depends on what goes in at the front end, sort of essentially how the computers are taught, not to be too sort of simplistic about it, right?
Yeah, and I think, Google is obviously very sensitive about this. They don't want to be seen as sort of deleting things from the internet or, censoring things on the internet. They're very sensitive about it. They do talk about it a lot, and I trust that they really do take these things seriously. But it shows that in a moment of crisis, when they sort of step in this very kind of heavy-handed way, it does say, oh, well, where else could they do this?
But again, they're doing this. It's not like individuals reading through and picking out what's right or what's wrong or what seems to be questionable information about the virus. There's algorithms that are picking up on words and so on and so forth. Is that how they're doing
absolutely. The algorithms are still definitely the ones really making the majority of the decisions. Obviously, there's so much info on the internet. You couldn't go piece by piece, but they do look at YouTube videos that get flagged. There are humans that look at those things and physically take them down. And, when it comes to deciding that a CDC link is going to go at the top of Google search, that isn't an individual, a leader at Google making that decision.
I got to tell you, This reminds me of our conversation with Kathy Wood yesterday of our, investments that, when there's volatility and market disruptions, it leads to innovation and maybe better ways of doing it. And you do wonder whether we can, on the other side of that, Google kind of get something out of this that they can apply more broadly to stuff that's on their website. I guess time will tell.
It's great reporting. We really appreciate it. Garrett DeVink, tech reporter here at Bloomberg, here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Much more to come. We're going to get back out to Seattle, actually, check in with Peter Robeson. Some phenomenal reporting he's been doing. In the meantime, world and national headlines, courtesy of Bob Moon. Hey, Bob.
Jason, after Wells Fargo came under fire for defrauding millions of its customers using such tactics as signing people up for new accounts without their knowledge or consent, Republicans are suggesting it's not a big enough problem to worry about. But House Finance Committee Chair Maxine Waters warned Chief Executive Charles Scharf today there are strong reforms ahead.
It is clear to this committee that the bank you inherited is essentially a lawless organization that has caused widespread harm to millions of consumers throughout the nation.
Republican Patrick Henry, on the other hand, suggested lawmakers can only handle one problem at a time, that the coronavirus requires attention, and so the hearings into Wells Fargo's conduct are a waste of time.
There are serious things happening in the world while we're having this hearing.
McHenry argued the blame should be placed solely on Wells Fargo and that there's no need for reforms to address the bank's conduct. President Trump downplays the state of his own health after attending a conservative political rally where one person in attendance was confirmed to have the coronavirus. Several GOP lawmakers who also attended the conference have decided to self-quarantine for 14 days, but the president told reporters on Capitol Hill today he's just fine being out and about.
I don't think it's a big deal. I would do it. I don't feel that any reason. I feel extremely good.
Trump met with Republican leadership on Capitol Hill behind closed doors today to talk about what can be done should the virus severely impact the U.S. economy. Two more states, Colorado and North Carolina, have declared states of emergency today. Global News 24 hours a day, on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. I'm Bob Moon.
Message and data rates may apply. T&C and privacy terms can be found at babbel.com/terms. Please don't text and drive.
Have you wanted to speak a new language, but you thought it'd be too hard or take too much time? Then try Babbel for free by texting EXPLORE to 64,000. In just 15 minutes a day, you'll be on your way to speaking a new language in just a few weeks. And right now, you can try Babbel for free. Babbel starts out teaching you words and phrases by matching them with pictures. You won't believe how easy the interactive program is. Soon the sentences get a little bigger, and before you know it, you're having simulated conversations voiced by native speakers. And because Babbel is crafted by language experts and uses the spaced repetition method, in just 10 to 15 minutes a day, you'll be speaking the language of your choice with real confidence. With Babbel, you can speak a language. Just text EXPLORE to 64,000 and start your first lesson in the language of your choice for free. Download the Babbel app or text EXPLORE to 64,000 and try it for free. Text EXPLORE to 64,000.
Vattel Shah is Senior Project Engineer at Mott MacDonald, a global engineering consultancy with more than 16,000 employees. He earned his PhD at New Jersey Institute of Technology and as an adjunct professor is helping NJIT students explore emerging technologies.
My focus is renewable markets, emerging technologies, the idea of floating cities. What are we doing to develop that? What will happen to the city on the water? Well, you're going to have waves hitting it. You're going to have solar. How are you going to develop plants? How are you going to develop vegetation and farming? That sort of thought process happens at NJIT. We actually plan out what will the city look like. How do we develop that? So in 10 years, we're actually ready to take on those challenges when we have our first development in the water. NJIT also has been doing a lot of work in self-healing materials, so taking the polymers and the new material that we have in our material sciences departments and putting them into things like concrete, things like steel, reinforcing our soil.
NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology. Learn more at njit.edu.
Hey, have you heard? The Mayor of London has launched his latest van scrappage scheme to help tackle London's toxic air. Small businesses or sole traders like me with a polluting van could now get £7,000, which you could use to trade up to a Euro 6 vehicle. And you could get an extra £2,500 towards running costs if you go electric. The scheme is now even easier to qualify for, and it's open to any businesses with up to 50 employees, like mine. So, I'm going to search TfL Scrappage to see if I'm eligible and apply. You should do the same. to the Mayor of London and TfL. Every journey matters.
Harry Bikers here. This message goes out to something very special. Yes, we're talking to you, chicken. Maybe we've been seeing too much of each other.
But times have changed, Dave.
We've been cheating on meat.
Thing is, no stocks make veggie dishes so irresistible that cheating on meat is proper tasty.
Our dear chicken, you were the fire in my life, but it's all about you now, aubergine katsu curry. Prepare to be wined and dined, my love.
Cheat on meat with no veggie stocks.
At the Bank of Santander, they've created Stan, a smart bot that can predict the future of remortgaging.
I'll read Stan. Will my mortgage rate go up?
1955 was the last time Newcastle won the cup.
No, and try not to mumble.
Playing, let's get ready to rumble.
Meanwhile, at Santander, they can't predict your future, but they'll help secure it with great mortgage rates fixed for up to 10 years. See what's possible at Santander.
Early repayment charges apply. Lending subject to status and criteria. Your home may be repossessed if you do not keep up repayments on your mortgage.
Hey, love. Who's this lot?
Oh, they arrived with our new BT TV box.
Right.
That's the Night's Watch, Marcus Rashford, and Catherine the Great.
Who's hiding behind the curtain?
Shh, that's Jack Ryan. Don't blow his cover.
New BT TV, the new home for all the channels you love, including Sky Atlantic, Sky Cinema, Sky Sports from Now TV, Prime Video and BT Sport. Watch TV like never before. BT, beyond limits.
New customers, BT TV available with BT Superfast Fibre, 24-month term, terms apply.
When you're not listening to your team, take it to the end zone, the rim, or the net. Keep up with the biggest moments in sports by following TuneIn on social media.
Block, Cook into the end zone for the touchdown.
From reminders of the live top games to tips of the best sports stations and podcasts.
Welcome to Undisputed. We are live from Los Angeles. I'm Jenny Taft here with Skip
Follow
Bayless.
and TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to get the most out of TuneIn. The puck drops. 12 players face off to win. The suspense is pure torture, but you wouldn't miss this for the world. TuneIn brings you every minute of the NHL season. Listen live to hockey when it matters most on TuneIn.
Want to know a quick, easy way to see if your favorite podcasts have a new episode available? Just go to the home screen on your TuneIn app and see the latest editions under the Your New Episode section. Happy listening.
The government has coordinated and streamlined its coronavirus messaging, but is it the right message?
What's really necessary is for the people in the government who don't know the details to stop telling us things like there will be a vaccine in 1 year. Stop it. That's not helpful.
Making sense of the noise and the silence on this week's On the Media from WNYC. Listen to the On the Media podcast from WNYC Studios on TuneIn today.
Created best-in-class systems and multi-asset expertise can be your catalyst for business transformation.
With SEI Investment Manager Services, you lead the charge in a competitive marketplace. Learn more at SEIC.com/seizechange.
Business is constantly evolving. Is your financial printer evolving to keep ahead of the curve? At Command Financial, we are redefining financial printing by providing industry-leading expertise, leveraging technology, and honing processes and best practices. Every day, Command helps SEC registrants, as well as members of their working groups, including securities attorneys and investment bankers, prepare, file, and disseminate regulatory and disclosure documents, such as registration statements, M&A documents, and mutual fund prospectuses and reports. Command provides a full range of services to help you effectively complete your deal, meet your disclosure requirements, and achieve your shareholder communications objectives. Visit our website at commandfinancial.com and learn how we're evolving, not only with the times, but also with your business requirements. Command Financial, redefining financial printing.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Bloomberg World Headquarters. I'm Charlie Pellet, two developing stories. We begin this with the headline from the Bloomberg Professional Service. Italy discussing a stimulus package of as much as 16 billion euros. And Citigroup will begin splitting up its thousands of New York-based employees tomorrow as the bank continues to respond to the spread of the deadly coronavirus. A source tells Bloomberg about half of its workforce will be sent to work from home or from redundancy sites. Right now, we have got stocks pushing higher. S&P 500 index up 83 points. That's a gain of 3.1%. The Dow up 703 points, now up by 3%. NASDAQ up 244 points, higher by 3%. The 10-year yield 0.73%. Gold is down 1.7%, $16.51 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude now rallying 12.4%, $35 a barrel. Again, recapping the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all higher. S&P 500 index up 82. That is a gain of 3%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie, thank you so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Well, let's get back out to the West Coast, which really is ground zero, at least in the United States, for the coronavirus outbreak. No one has been watching it more closely and with better reporting than Peter Robeson. He's projects and investigations reporter for Bloomberg. Joining us on the phone from Seattle, Joel Weber, the editor of Bloomberg Business Week, here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Peter, the story which came out on the Bloomberg yesterday, it is an absolute must-read. You wrote it with Dina Bass and Robert Langreth. It really takes us inside the very beginning of this, right in your backyard. Help us understand patient zero.
Right. Thanks, Jason. So this has happened so fast. We wanted to reconstruct exactly how it happened. And so we went back to the first announced case in the U.S., which was a man in Snohomish County, Washington, just north of Seattle. And this man had come from visiting family in Wuhan, China, January 15th, arrived at the airport. January 19th, he went to a clinic in Snohomish County. And at that point, the county and the man himself, who seems very conscientious about this, did everything right. He put on a mask. The county put him in an isolation unit that had been intended for the Ebola virus. And then, closely monitored his contacts over the following weeks. But still, somehow, the transmission was missed because later research by researchers in Seattle who we talked to found that there was a second case less than 15 miles away that has a 97% chance of being related to this first known person with the infection.
So I think, Peter, one thing that really jumps out here is this language that, he basically did everything right. And yet look what happened in Seattle, which is, probably right up there in the U.S. in terms of having the worst outbreak around. So what lessons can other cities draw from Seattle's experience amid all this?
The lesson that really came through in all the reporting is that cities and states need to do everything earlier than they were expecting, that widespread testing needs to happen earlier. These social distancing techniques need to happen earlier. And it all seems draconian and strange when it's first done. But then a day later, it seems like it's too little to prevent cases from increasing.
Yeah, I do wonder. It's interesting. Jason and I spoke earlier with Dr. Amy Compton-Phillips, and she's at Providence St. Joseph Health with, again, Ground Zero, where the first case in the United States was confirmed there. She says we're early days, and she talked about, the lack of test kits in the community. As you continue to report on this and you look at, patient zero and how it still spread despite kind of doing everything right. How do you see this continuing to unfold? You're there on the ground. She talked about Seattle being, pretty much a ghost town. You've talked about that with us as well.
Yeah, I think it's going to, as the former commissioner of the FDA said, this will change the complexion of the country, and it's still hard to imagine. And you do have this strange mix where people are out at the park, but everyone is looking more warily at each other, and part of it is that we just don't know that in some place, but we do know that in some places the rate of escalation has increased very quickly, and the Trevor Bedford, who's the researcher at the Fred Hutchinson Cancer Research Center, who we talked to, who's closely analyzed the genomes, says that once there's community spread, the infections tend to increase. They tend to double every 6 days. So he's forecasting 1,000 cases in Seattle area by March 10th, 2,000 by March 15th. So it seems to just increase the need for all of these closures of public places that we're seeing, which are terribly detrimental to the economy.
And so what's the vibe in Seattle, just as, not as journalist or anything else, just as a citizen of a place? What's the vibe like?
It's the number one topic of conversation. Everyone talks about it. Will my school be closed is probably the number one question, because if you're a parent with a kid in school, that immediately changes your life and how you manage your day. And people have differing opinions about whether what we've seen is too much, but you wouldn't get this scale of public health warnings unless there was a strong scientific belief that it's needed.
And so in the course of your reporting, and as I mentioned, you worked on this story with some great colleagues, Dina and Robert Langreth, Dina Bass and Robert Langreth. When you guys were sort of comparing notes, what jumped out at you the most? What surprised you the most, Peter? Again, as someone, as Joel has alluded to, you know the city so well, you know the culture. I mean, this is a really important business city and culturally in the United States. What jumped out at you? What surprised you?
Well, I mean, I think it's a very conscientious city. I mean, part of the reason Seattle may seem like it's ahead of the rest of the country is that there is a researcher here who's sequencing the genomes and is sending very carefully thought out warnings to people. And there are the first person did apparently was apparently conscientious. So I think what's jumping out to me is that and also the fact that Stanford, also further down the West Coast, moved quickly to online classes. I think it just seems to be a half beat ahead of understanding what's happening.
So, Peter, when you think about life returning to normal and coming out of this, maybe it's not a V shape, it's a U shape, or some even think it could be an L shape. But how are people talking about life returning to normal? And what kind of horizon does that look like?
People talk about it as if it will happen, but we haven't seen anything to indicate how that happens. And more what people talk about is once we get on top of the number of cases and the virus has run its course, how do we know that there isn't a re-escalation in cases? So it's going to be difficult to know exactly when to ease back on the social distancing.
And Peter, your story, though, it's the whole idea is really kind of going to, patient one is to offer lessons in how to and not to fight the virus, correct? And it just got about 30 seconds. Your key takeaway from all of this so far?
The key takeaway, again, is just do everything earlier. And if something seems draconian, it's probably not, because the virus is moving faster than efforts to contain it in many places.
And that includes more test taking, right?
Exactly. Yeah, getting widespread testing out to at least know the scale of the problem, and if someone has come in contact with an infected person, they can self-isolate.
All right. Fantastic reporting. We're really grateful to you for everything you've done so far. Looking forward to talking to you again as this story continues to unfold. Peter Robeson, Projects and Investigations reporter for Bloomberg. His story will be featured in the upcoming issue of the magazine. You can read it right now on the Bloomberg terminal and on Bloomberg.com. Our thanks to Joel Weber, the editor of the magazine. This is Bloomberg.
I can find and fund my car, from a Mini to a Jaguar.
Feel good car buying from findandfundmycar.com is the place where you can find quality used cars from trusted dealers rated by you, and where you can fund your car with finance to fit your budget. It's feel good car buying all in one place.
Shouldn't be a carry on, choose findandfundmycar.com.
This one shouldn't take long. Of course, if it had a cover, I might not be bothered. Can't see what's under there. And they'd have chained the back wheel. It would have taken me much longer, especially if the chain's off the ground. Makes it harder to cut. This one doesn't even have a lock on the front. So, in the time I've been talking to you,
I've nicked it.
On average, in London, a scooter or motorbike is stolen every hour. Make sure it's not yours. Lock your bike, chain the rear wheel, and cover to make it harder to steal. Lock, chain, cover. The Met Police.
Delayed at the dentist and now you're late for school pickup. You need a free now. Need to take the dog to the vet before lunch. Should have gotten a free now. Trying to get 4 kids and their baggage to the airport. Free now. Sometimes you can't get from A to B fast enough. Download the Free Now app today for quick pickups and reliable drivers, no matter the situation. Less hassle, more hustle with Free Now.
At the Bank of Santander, they've created Stan, a smart bot that can predict the future of remortgaging.
All right, Stan, will my mortgage rate go up?
1955 was the last time Newcastle won the cup.
No, and try not to mumble.
Playing, let's get ready to rumble.
Meanwhile, at Santander, they can't predict your future, but they'll help secure it with great mortgage rates fixed for up to 10 years. See what's possible at Santander.
Early repayment charges apply. Lending subject to status and criteria. Your home may be repossessed if you do not keep up repayments on your mortgage.
Capital of the world, 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We move into the final hour of trading, and we have got the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all advancing. Final hour, of course, very often where it gets very interesting. Stay with Bloomberg right through the close to find out how things shake out. Right now, we have got the S&P 500 index up by 75 points. That is a gain of 2.8%. Dow Industrials also advancing now, up 642 points. That is a gain of 2.7%. And NASDAQ up 246 points. For NASDAQ, that is a gain now of just about 3.1%. President Trump says he will seek a payroll tax cut and, quote, very substantial relief for industries that have been hit hard by the coronavirus outbreak. President has said he plans to announce, quote, very dramatic actions to support the economy. Jay Pulaski is Chief Investment Officer at TPW Investment Management, and on Bloomberg Television this morning, he was asked what he wants to see in the president's announcement.
Well, I think big, bold, and concerted would be a great start, and I'm very doubtful of that. I don't see any sign of policy coordination. We've already had the G7 and the G20 meet prior to today, and they came up with nothing, absolutely nothing.
And right now we've got the 10-year, the yield 0.76%. Gold down 1.6%, $16.53 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 10.7%, $34.47 a barrel. Supermarkets are rationing grocery store staples and trying to restock more quickly to deal with surging demand, while planning new ways to feed a rising number of self-isolating consumers as coronavirus spreads across the United States and Europe. Kroger, meanwhile, limiting the number of sanitizing, cold, and flu products to 5 each per person in stores and online after seeing a surge in demand for them in recent weeks. Kroger shares, they're up now by 70 cents to $31.94. After earnings, Dick's up by 3.4%. Stitch Fix also after earnings plunging 27%. Again, recapping, stocks rallying, S&P 500 index up now by 73 points. That is a gain of 2.7%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
This Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Jason Kelly on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, let's do a little Business Week economics. Carl Riccadonna, Chief U.S. Economist for Bloomberg Economics, is here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio.
Vince Signorella doing a little workout before he gets to the studio. A little run around the block.
He's jamming his way in here. We'll let him get settled. But start with Carl Riccadonna. All right, here we are, Carl. Another day, another wild swing in the markets. What's the underlying economic theme?
The underlying economic theme here is that markets are clearly showing sensitivity to the prospects of a large multi-pronged solution, or at least address to the problem at hand. And so I think what's the markets are keying in on today is a notion that there could be a fiscal response to this beyond just the kind of microeconomic story that we saw last week, which was the I think $8 billion package for specifically healthcare spending in the economy. That doesn't move the needle on the macroeconomy. What we're looking at now is the potential of some kind of stimulus coming from the administration. Most recently, they talked about a payroll tax holiday.
Would that make a difference in terms of the economy?
Well, that was something I advocated the day of the Fed emergency move. A payroll tax holiday, which would basically suspend or reduce your Social Security contribution in each paycheck, that would show up as a bigger paycheck in relatively short order. So we can say it's small and whatnot. It's fast stimulus, and that's very meaningful in a time like this where we're hitting a hard stop in the economy.
What about for hourly workers and folks who,
For people who are withholding, it would still help. Now, if you're an hourly worker and your hours have been reduced, then it gives you less benefit, but this is a way of efficiently transmitting, fiscal stimulus into the economy. Is it fair? Well, not necessarily. You're always going to find some people who are shortchanged, but fairness isn't always the top priority in a moment of crisis. You need to deliver stimulus to the economy to keep it humming.
Vince Signorella.
Hello.
So, what do you think of what's being being considered as
bandied about?
Well, they're talking about, obviously, Carla has just had a payroll tax holiday, also paid sick leave. But this is all for people who are employed. If this continues and goes on in a big way, we're going to see layoffs. And that does nothing for that entire group.
You mean companies cutting workers?
Companies cutting workers. That's more likely than not, especially in the part-time space.
Which is why you have to get the stimulus out there fast, or you will see the layoffs come about. And so there's no way faster than a payroll tax holiday, barring them issuing checks and putting them in the mail, which of course would take a long time to actually.
But basically not going to happen this week. The GOP senators were lukewarm on the subject, and
House Democrats were.
The House Democrats are pretty much said, we'll talk to you next week.
Right.
So this is nothing going to be coming that quickly. I'm really surprised, honestly, to see the market rallying as we go into the afternoon. I mean, we've got no real fiscal stimulus plan. We've got New Rochelle with boots on the ground with the National Guard, which is a pretty scary concept when you think about it.
We just talked to the doctor out in Seattle where patient one, hospital, ground zero when it comes to the virus. And she's like, we're in early days here.
Yeah, North Carolina, the state of North Carolina just declared a state of emergency. So this is piling up. The next 2 weeks are going to be very interesting to see how this spreads and how the market takes this.
What do you guys think of in terms of targeting specific industries, whether it's the shipping industry, the airline industry, the cruise industry? It harkens back to the financial crisis, right? Bailing out the financial industry. So I do wonder, is this a good thing? Does it help the markets? What does it help?
I would say, look, at the end of the day, maybe not the cruise industry, but you need the airline industry. I hope the government doesn't make the same mistake, because not too long after 9/11, airline prices went up rather dramatically, as I recall. If I'm going to invest as a taxpayer in the airline industry and the cruise industry, I want to cut. The government should take shares and penalize. I'm sorry that they're having this problem, but we just can't bail out every industry that suffers a problem down the road. We're going to be faced with a banking issue, perhaps, if this continues for a very long time.
Or the shale industry.
Or the shale industry
And remind us why we would have a banking crisis, because this has come up in a couple different ways.
Well, a couple
of things.
Lack of lending, number one. Earnings declines, number two. Cash flow problems with corporations, number three. All of that adds up to. You look at what corporate America has taken out huge debt to buy back stocks and not to fund capital investment, and now they're going to have to pay that debt.
That I still love it. When rates were so low and everybody was encouraged to take out more debt, it was a good thing, and then all of a sudden now it's coming home to roost. So, what do you think, Carl, in terms of the economic bang or impact from bailing out certain industries?
Well, could we function as a society without a cruise ship industry? Perhaps. Can we function as a society?
Yes. I hope Charlie Pellet didn't hear that, because I think he would say no.
Could we function as a society without a functioning banking industry? that's a critical industry. And so, the banking apologists of the financial crisis, get pilloried over statements like that. But you do not have a healthy economy unless you have a healthy lending environment. Whether it's a new car, a new house, or a new business, you need a banking sector that's functioning well. So one of the highest priorities here should ensure that the banking sector is actually functioning in a healthy fashion. And that doesn't mean that we can't. Certainly some aid to industries who are temporarily distressed is worthwhile, because as they start to lay off workers, and often the economic consequences can kind of have a multiplicative effect. But functioning capital markets will allow mergers and acquisitions and bankruptcies to flow through the system. The real risk is defaults on loans and securities that then can cause crippling problems in the financial sector.
Final word to you, Mr. Sig.
I think once again we can't make the same mistake we made in 2008. Is not let asset prices fall to their natural levels. We supported certain parts of the housing industry that had no business being supported, where people were buying homes on no money down and income that couldn't afford a home. And now we're seeing housing prices, and you're seeing millennials say, why can't I enter the housing industry? Because those prices have been propped up to levels where they shouldn't be.
Let me put a number around this for you.
Quickly.
The change to our GDP forecast based on everything that's happening is about $85 billion. So we need a patch. Whatever fiscal plan in place has to be of a similar magnitude.
Basic math.
Carl Riccadonna, Vince Signorella, thank you both so much. This portion of Bloomberg Business Week brought to you by the Indiana Economic Development Corp. The business world is convening at the Indiana Global Economic Summit, April 26th to 28th. Visit estatethatworks.com to join the conversation about the future of the global economy. Let's get to Bob Moon now for World and National Headlines. Hey, Bob.
Thank you. The window for containing the coronavirus has passed in some parts of the U.S. And the head of the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention told Congress today the focus is now shifting to mitigating its impact on those areas. Dr. Robert Redfield says that means communities face some tough questions.
What are they going to do about the Mariners game? What are they going to do about working from home? What are they going to do about the schools? All of that's in play as an example, so that not only will we give them the framework, we're going to have a couple of the groups that have actually been dealing with sustained community transmission for the last 4 weeks say how they're going to do this. And because I do think this is critical.
A New Jersey man in his 60s from Bergen County is the state's first coronavirus death. Governor Phil Murphy confirmed that today. The number of known New Jersey cases is now up to 15. In New York, Governor Andrew Cuomo says the state's confirmed coronavirus cases are up by about 25 just since yesterday's official count of 142. But he suggests the numbers are mostly a guessing game at this point because testing is still being done on such a limited basis.
What you will see is the numbers will continue to increase because they have increased. Our testing is lagging the reality. We're not testing enough people to know where it is. The more we test, the more positives you're going to find.
Cuomo announced he's sending the National Guard into a New York City suburb to help fight what is believed to be the nation's biggest cluster of coronavirus cases. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. I'm Bob Moon.
A PAC needs someone to follow.
It's got to be important for somebody to have a breakout moment.
Don't look now, but they're behind you.
Imports declined 2.8%.
Bloomberg Daybreak.
Sources tell us that agreement is expected to include commitments on U.S. intellectual property.
With Karen Moscow and Nathan Hager.
Could we see that play into the results and the forward guidance?
Weekday mornings at 5 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg. The world is listening.
Listen, as a hiring manager, I've got to tell you, the best job candidate isn't always the typical candidate. Sometimes they're a grad of life.
Meet the grads of life. Young adults of unique determination and experience. An ideal fit for your company in an entry-level position, internship, or mentorship. They might not have every qualification you typically look for, but they're exactly who your company needs.
Sometimes the best candidates aren't the ones you're used to.
Go to gradsoflife.org to learn how to find, cultivate, and train this great pool of untapped talent. Brought to you by the Ad Council and gradsoflife.org.
Are you interested in a challenging and exciting career? One where you can be part of solving complex challenges across industries and geographies? Bloomberg's ever-expanding technology, data, news, and media services foster innovation, empower clients, and offer nearly limitless opportunities for career growth. Visit Bloomberg.com/careers today to view our current job opportunities. Bloomberg LP is an equal opportunity employer. The address once again is Bloomberg.com/careers.
Imagine being fired because of who you love. Imagine being denied medical treatment because of who you marry. Imagine being evicted because of who you are. Millions of Americans don't have to imagine this. They have to live it. Because in 31 states, it's legal to discriminate against LGBT people. Get the facts at beyondido.org. Brought to you by the Gill Foundation.
Life. It's a funny old game, isn't it? 1 minute you're on top, the next, you need all the help you can get.
Yeah, later, yeah.
So make sure you're there for those around you. Don't just be a spectator. Be a supporter. Bleed for life. Join us at blood.co.uk.
The puck drops. 12 players face off to win. The suspense is pure torture, but you wouldn't miss this for the world. TuneIn brings you every minute of the NHL season. Listen live to hockey when it matters most on TuneIn. When you're not listening to your team, take it to the end zone, the rim, or the net. Keep up with the biggest moments in sports by following TuneIn on social media.
Block, Cook into the end zone for the touchdown.
From reminders of the live top games to tips of the best sports stations and podcasts.
Welcome to Undisputed. We are live from Los Angeles. I'm Jenny Taft here with Skip
Follow
Bayless.
and TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to get the most out of TuneIn.
A lot of people aren't aware that TuneIn lets you listen to the same terrestrial stations that you pick up on your FM AM dial, except you can hear them from anywhere. To see all the stations broadcasting in your area, find the local radio section on the home screen. Keep it local with TuneIn.
You love TuneIn for live breaking news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, CNBC, and more. But when you can't catch your favorite show as it airs, it might just be a click away as a podcast. Search your favorite news station to explore all the on-demand news shows on TuneIn.
What to expect when you're expecting a teenager. Learning the lingo.
Jelly. Jelly adjective. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Message and data rates may apply. T&C and privacy terms can be found at babbel.com/terms. Please don't text and drive.
Have you wanted to speak a new language, but you thought it'd be too hard or take too much time? Then try Babbel for free by texting EXPLORE to 64,000. In just 15 minutes a day, you'll be on your way to speaking a new language in just a few weeks. And right now, you can try Babbel for free. Babbel starts out teaching you words and phrases by matching them with pictures. You won't believe how easy the interactive program is. Soon the sentences get a little bigger, and before you know it, you're having simulated conversations voiced by native speakers. And because Babbel is crafted by language experts and uses the spaced repetition method, in just 10 to 15 minutes a day, you'll be speaking the language of your choice with real confidence. With Babbel, you can speak a language. Just text EXPLORE to 64,000 and start your first lesson in the language of your choice for free. Download the Babbel app or text EXPLORE to 64,000 and try it for free. Text EXPLORE to 64,000.
The market's in focus every business day. The P&L Podcast with Paul Sweeney and Lisa Abramowitz.
Are there some sectors that you want to have more or less exposure to?
What's behind this engine of gains?
Analysis of the day's Wall Street action.
The U.S. market looks relatively safe.
From Bloomberg Intelligence, Bloomberg Opinion, and influential newsmakers.
Ward McCarthy joins us right now.
P&L with Paul Sweeney and Lisa Abramowitz. Listen today on Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, or subscribe on Apple Podcasts.
Hey, y'all, Jeff Foxworthy here. Now, if you've ever found yourself repeating the same thing over and over for 75 years, you might be Smokey Bear.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
That's why I'm filling in for Smokey to switch things up, because there's a lot more to say. And I should know because my grandfather was a firefighter. And one of the things he taught me is that the people that love the outdoors the most are often the ones accidentally starting wildfires, which means always BYOB. No, bring your own bucket to the campfire. And be extra careful with things like burning yard trimmings. Don't just walk away, or chances are you might be starting a wildfire. So for the love of the outdoors, go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all pushing higher, rebounding somewhat from yesterday's sell-off. Let's head right over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. Like you said, U.S. stocks are rebounding today with the Dow currently up 800 points. S&P's gained 97, while NASDAQ climbs by 285. At what point the Dow was negative today. The U.S. 10-year yield rises to 0.78%. Gold is down, and WTI crude futures are up 11%. Small caps rebound 16 points, and 10 of the main 11 S&P sectors are also trading higher, led by gains in financials, tech, and consumer discretionary. Only utilities fell. Transports jumped 379 points. Semis are up 4%, and the VIX is down by 9%. Leaders to the upside in the Dow, JP Morgan, Home Depot, and Apple, while Boeing and Verizon led to the downside. In other news, airlines and crude operators rebounded. American Airlines rose 16%. Note that Trump said the cruise industry will get help, and Occidental Petroleum cut its dividend for the first time in 30 years. Wrapping things up, Vivint Solar reports after the bell. Live from the first breaking news desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Okay, I thank you very much, Bill. And to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg, type SQUAWK, SQUAWK, on your terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie, thank you so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week right here on Bloomberg Radio.
What this begging music is. Hardcore. Talk about hardcore has certainly been the energy markets. Oil, man, just got hammered yesterday. Worst loss since 1991. We have seen a bit of a bounce back today, but it, safe to say, still under pressure due to, as I love this phrase, Joel Weber talking about the knife fight between Saudi Arabia and Russia, and that continues. Stuart Glickman is head of energy.
He was very proud of himself.
I gotta tell, I loved it. Stuart Glickman is head of energy research over at CFRA Research. He joins us on the phone from New Jersey. Stu, good to have you back with us. Where are we today when it comes? Energy bouncing back, but what's changed? What's been fixed between the knife fight between Saudi Arabia and Russia?
Good afternoon, Carol. So nothing's really been fixed between those two. And unfortunately, while this knife fight is going on, a lot of the U.S. shale players are going to be collateral damage on the outside of this fracas. It's coming at the worst possible time, given all of the concerns that were already in the market about the coronavirus, even before Saudis and Russia broke up.
And so, were you surprised at the timing of this and maybe the reaction? What did you make of it as those headlines started breaking, Stuart?
I was extremely surprised. I don't think the market was expecting that either. If you look at the move in crude oil, WTI was down 25% yesterday, and granted, it's made a partial recovery today. I think, given all the concerns and the weakness that was in the market, we went from potentially having Saudis and the OPEC consortium cut a collective 1.5 million barrels a day to no, that's going away, to, oh my goodness, the effective disintegration of OPEC.
Is that what's happening?
I think there's a real concern that, if when Saudi Arabia, the largest member of OPEC, is saying that they're going to produce up to 12 million barrels a day, it's really almost every country for itself. And so unless cooler heads can prevail and both of those folks are willing to put away their knives, I think the risk is to the downside with oil in 2020.
And so what's an investor to do here, Stuart? Where do you look for, maybe some value? I mean, I look across the S&P, a couple of the best performers today, after obviously a miserable day yesterday. You're looking at Oxy, you're looking at Marathon, Occidental, I should say. What do you make of some of those names and some others we should be thinking about?
Yeah, so both Oxy particularly has high debt levels. The timing of their acquisition of Anadarko probably could not have been worse.
Yeah.
Given what's happened since then, my inclination is to recommend names that have relatively low debt levels, so that if crude oil prices swoon once again and drop, and we have had in the not too distant past, we have had oil prices collapse down to $26 a barrel. If we were to challenge that kind of level, I would rather be in names that don't have that much debt on the books, that are better able to survive this kind of environment. And Oxy is not one of those names. We have a 2 stars or sell recommendation on Oxy despite the move today.
Well, and Cabot Oil and Gas, it's interesting. Dave Wilson, our stocks editor, he brought that up yesterday as something to keep a close eye on.
Yeah, Cabot's a really interesting name. It's unlike Oxy. It's a dry gas name. They get almost all of their production from the Marcellus Shale in Pennsylvania. The fact that oil went down so much yesterday, ironically, actually helps some of the gas names, because there's an awful lot of gas that gets produced along with oil when you're drilling for oil. And so if a lot of the oil operators pull back, that might be good news for supply, or in other words, pushing down supply in the natural gas world, and that might help drive up prices for natural gas, which helps a name like Cabot. The whole gas space has really been decimated in the last couple of years by weak pricing. Cabot is among the low-cost leaders in that space, and we like them. We have a buy recommendation on Cabot.
Stuart, what's the end game here for Russia and Saudi Arabia?
I think my initial reaction to this, to what happened with this knife fight, was Russia essentially telling Saudi Arabia, "Don't try backing us into a corner. That's not going to work." I think eventually they will get their heads together, but I do think that the initial move by both parties might be to try to force more U.S. E&Ps out of business. They tried it once before, and most E&Ps took this as kind of a multi-year boot camp to get their cost in order, and a lot of them did do that, and the cost structure for a lot of these firms is better than it used to be. But if oil prices get pushed down even farther this time because of the impact of coronavirus, that might be too much to take, and that could cause some firms to either have to merge or declare bankruptcy.
So 20 seconds, coordinated effort to some extent by Russia and Saudi Arabia against the United States?
Well, I mean, if they both agree to go their own way and supply moves up, then the collateral damage is the U.S. E&P space, particularly because they're the ones that are going to be stuck watching oil prices die 1,000 deaths.
All right, Stuart Glickman, thank you so much. Really smart analysis. We appreciate it. This is, amid everything, a massive, massive story in the markets. We're grateful to you for sharing your thoughts. Head of Energy Research over at CFRA Research on the phone from New Jersey. This is Bloomberg.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. It's been a roller coaster ride for Wall Street as the market tries to stabilize after yesterday's monstrous sell-off. Prices are surging in the final hour, approaching the highs reached this morning. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is up 775, the S&P 500 up 92, the Nasdaq Composite up 277. Citigroup will begin splitting up its thousands of New York-based employees as it responds to the spreading coronavirus. Starting tomorrow, about half of its employees will work from home or backup sites. It'll be business as usual for Citibank branches. The coronavirus is delaying the arrival of GM's all-electric future. It is called off next month's unveiling of the Cadillac Lyriq crossover, the first of several electric vehicles planned by GM in the coming years. Oil closed sharply higher, reversing nearly half of the 25% loss posted yesterday. Crude finished at $34.36 a barrel, up $3.23. Larry Kofsky, Bloomberg Radio.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that our daughters have what they need to grow and learn. But that isn't the case for nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. that struggle with hunger.
Childhood hunger is a heartbreaking reality that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste and provides it to families and children in need.
You can help kids in need in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Are you interested in a challenging and exciting career? One where you can be part of solving complex challenges across industries and geographies. Bloomberg's ever-expanding technology, data, news, and media services foster innovation, empower clients, and offer nearly limitless opportunities for career growth. Visit Bloomberg.com/careers today to view our current job opportunities. Bloomberg LP is an equal opportunity employer. The address once again is Bloomberg.com/career.
Life. It's a funny old game, isn't it? 1 minute you're on top, the next, you need all the help you can get.
Yeah, later, yeah.
So make sure you're there for those around you. Don't just be a spectator. Be a supporter. Bleed for life. Join us at blood.co.uk.
You love TuneIn for live breaking news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, CNBC, and more. But when you can't catch your favorite show as it airs, it might just be a click away as a podcast. Search your favorite news station to explore all the on-demand news shows on TuneIn.
Like what you're listening to? Want to make getting back to it easier? Use the favorite button to keep track of the stations and podcasts you love on TuneIn. Just tap or click the heart icon to add it to your favorites. Then find all your go-to audio under the Favorites tab. Pretty easy, right?
The puck drops. 12 players face off to win. The suspense is pure torture, but you wouldn't miss this for the world. TuneIn brings you every minute of the NHL season. Listen live to hockey when it matters most on TuneIn. When you're not listening to your team, take it to the end zone, the rim, or the net. Keep up with the biggest moments in sports by following TuneIn on social media.
Block, Cook into the end zone for the touchdown.
From reminders of the live top games to tips of the best sports stations and podcasts.
Welcome to Undisputed. We are live from Los Angeles. I'm Jenny Taft here with Skip Bayless.
Follow and TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to get the most out of TuneIn.
And never discount luck. The student coming out of NJIT has experienced all of that.
NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology. Learn more at njit.edu.
Asset managers who seize change to launch new strategies, add distribution channels, or exploit new technology to re-engineer the investor experience are often rewarded. However, in an industry paralyzed with complexity, few act with agility or decisively. Few run their businesses strategically, yet the most competitive managers in the market know with the right partner and a flexible operating system, you can. Go boldly toward change with SEI Investment Manager Services.
I'm Steve Meyer, president of SEI's Investment Manager Services. At SEI, we understand the emerging forces that will define success for asset managers and what firms will need to compete tomorrow. That's why we continually optimize SEI's global operating platform. If your business requires greater agility, our advanced technology, integrated best-in-class systems, and multi-asset expertise can be your catalyst for business transformation.
With SEI Investment Manager Services, you lead the charge in a competitive marketplace. Learn more at SEIC.com/seize change.
To buy your home, you became a house hunting ace, learned about loans, scoured neighborhoods, and asked the right questions. Now you're queen of your castle. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart saving strategies, you'll feel empowered to own your retirement like you own your home. Go to aceyourretirement.org. Because when it comes to clearing financial hurdles, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
A pack needs someone to follow. Don't look now, but they're behind you. Bloomberg Daybreak.
Could we see the forward guidance?
Weekday mornings at 5 Eastern.
Imports declined 2.8%.
On Bloomberg Radio. Bloomberg. The world is listening. Broadcasting live to New York, Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 1061. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
And coming up, we're going to check in with one of our favorite experts on all things risk, Peter Cheer, head of macro strategy over at Academy Securities.
Yeah, looking forward to see what he has to say about this environment. Pessimism, optimism, we'll see what he has to say. Right now, let's see what Charlie Pellet has to say about where we are in today's trading session. 29 minutes to go.
Indeed, and what Charlie Pellet's got to say is you got to stick around because the close is going to be crucial today. Let's see where the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all end up, given yesterday's selling, today's rebound, and of course, we got to find out how those Asian markets react tonight. But here's where we stand as of right now. The S&P 500 index up 85 points at 2832. That is a gain of 3.2%. Dow Jones Industrial Average higher now by 730 points. That's an advance of 3.1%. NASDAQ Composite Index higher as well right now. NASDAQ up 262. That is a gain of 3.3%. The 10-year, the yield there 0.75%. Gold retreating by 1.7%. 16.52 the ounce. We've got West Texas Intermediate crude. What a turnaround there compared to yesterday, surging 11% right now, up 3.47 a barrel, 34.59. Brent 37.72. That is a gain of 9.8%. Chinese President Xi Jinping visited the coronavirus epicenter of Wuhan for the first time since the disease emerged. A trip intended to project confidence that his government has managed to stem its spread domestically. Meredith Sumter is head of research strategy at Eurasia Group.
I think key here is looking at what happens as more and more Chinese return to work. And this is going to be a slow restart, a fragmented restart to China's economy. So while the focus remains on Wuhan, what we're looking at is as people return to work across the country, what that will look like in terms of new outbreaks.
And with the rebound in crude oil today, energy stocks are moving higher. For example, ExxonMobil up by 2.2%, Chevron up by 3.8%. Again, recapping here, just about 27 minutes to go ahead of the close. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. S&P up 100 points. That is a gain of 3.7%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week right here on Bloomberg Radio.
Hey, let's do the limbo rock.
All right, this was
how low can you go?
I did not see this coming. Wow, the limbo. How do you come up with these things, Dave Wilson?
How low can you go?
There you go. All right.
I mean, it's the headline on my chart today.
I know.
So how can I go wrong with that?
That's true. You can't go wrong. It's perfect.
It's not Chubby Checker, is it?
It is Chubby Checker.
Look at you, Carol Masser.
Why would you say
when
it
the
wasn't?
fingers do the walking on Google. It's a little bit of a cheat. I'm going to be,
At least you admit it.
Okay, fine.
Because a lot of people have covered it, so that's why I thought, I wasn't sure who did it.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. That's the Chubby Checker original. And it comes to mind just looking at the banks. Now, today is kind of a different story in a sense because you look at Bank of America and Citigroup and JP Morgan Chase and Wells Fargo, and they're all up 6.5%, 7%. And then you look at the KBW Bank Index, which includes those four companies and 20 others, and it's up 6.3% as we speak. So, definitely a rebound for the group. Just go back to yesterday, though, and the ratio between that KBW index and the S&P 500 fell to its lowest level ever, which is kind of surprising if you think about it because
you would have thought that would have happened in the financial crisis.
You're right. The previous low was set in March 2009 in the aftermath of the financial crisis as, the bear market in U.S. stocks brought on by the crisis was ending. So you have to ask yourself, are things as bad now as they were then? If you look at this particular indicator, you'd say yes. Is that really what the story is for the banks? Maybe it's a different answer. Nonetheless, it is sort of an eye-catching comparison, and it helps you understand, I suppose, why the group is doing so well today, if only because, you've got this historical anomaly that popped up as stocks were tumbling yesterday. And, banks are a group that, people tend to focus on. One of them, Jonathan Krinsky over at Baycrest Partners, he's their chief market technician, and he highlighted this KBW Bank Index ratio of the S&P 500. And as he put it, banks are now our biggest concern. So maybe if today is any indication, that concern starts to fade. We shall see. I mean, there's a lot that can happen, as we've seen in the last couple of weeks, from one day to the next.
But there's a lot that can happen within one day.
Oh, that's true. Today, definitely
true. But it
true.
goes to what we talked about with Vince Signorella, right? Like, we talked about bailouts for industries, and the point is, ultimately, you've got to make sure, and Carl Riccadonna brought this up as well, we've got to have a healthy financial system, and unfortunately, you've got to make sure that whatever needs to be done, you still have to shore up the banks. God forbid that we have to do another
As Carl Riccadonna pointed out, and you'll appreciate Dave Wilson, unless you're Charlie Pellet, you can probably live without the cruise industry as a society. But banks are kind of fundamental. And as Carl said, there were a lot of people who reacted almost violently against that in terms of the bailout after the financial crisis. But there is something to be said for a functioning financial system.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, because companies need to be able to raise capital, people need to be able to raise money to buy homes and whatnot. And so, having the banks in some kind of shape to be able to meet those needs is clearly something that the economy depends on. So, you do have to take that into account. And, I mean, let's face it. If you haven't seen this chart, folks, you got to look at it. You got to get the explanation that goes with it and everything I do going forward. And it's easy enough to do that. All you have to do is send me an email. The address is dwilson@bloomberg.net. That's dwilson@bloomberg.net.
But Jason brings up a good point, and I keep thinking about this when I look at the market. This is Brazil has 34 confirmed coronavirus cases, according to the ministry there. How quickly the market, it can sell off, it can also bounce back. Like, I do think volatility is certainly, where we are right now. That's the environment. But we can see dramatic moves in either direction based on the news flow.
And we have seen it in the past week and a half, though, if you look over a longer time period, the tendency has been down in 4% one day, down 4% the next. I mean, it's kind of shocking, if only because you really have to go back to the financial crisis to see the last time there's been that much day-to-day movement in stocks. I mean, we got used to the idea that, things were relatively steady, and then you'd go through months where you'd be lucky if you get a 1% move up or down. And now you're looking at, 4% or 7% or whatever. It's just a real change. And, a lot of people just aren't used to seeing it.
Well, you just think about the VIX and how comfortable we got saying VIX closed at 12, VIX closed at 14, and now we've had, now a week or week and a half, where it's been in the 30s, and now, likely will close just shy of 50 today. Dave Wilson, thank you so much. We'll see you just after the close for your stock of the day. In the meantime, the S&P not quite at its high, but still up 3.8%. Let's get to Bob Moon now. He's got world and national headlines. Hey, Bob.
Jason, thank you. Democrats are proposing help for those who don't get paid sick leave or are laid off during the coronavirus shutdown. President Trump is not ready with his plans to boost the economy. Bloomberg's Irv Chapman reports from Capitol Hill.
The president welcomed executives of major health insurers who've agreed to eliminate copays for coronavirus tests.
We are working very closely with the cruise line industry. They're spending a lot of money, and they are working very hard, and we're going to be helping that industry. Likewise with the airline industry, they're taking very, very strong steps. We're helping them. They're two great industries, and we'll be helping them through this patch.
Congress is in recess next week, but travel plans out of this country are being canceled. On Capitol Hill, Irv Chapman, Bloomberg Radio.
New York's governor is sending the National Guard into a New York City suburb to help fight what's believed to be the nation's biggest cluster of coronavirus cases. One of the most dramatic actions yet to control the outbreak in the U.S. Andrew Cuomo says he's more concerned about public anxiety as the number of cases rises.
People will think, oh my gosh, it's going up. No, it was going up anyway. You just have testing now that confirms what has been going on. That number will go straight up over time. I'm worried that that's going to continue to fuel public anxiety which already is ahead of the virus.
Schools, houses of worship, and large gathering places will be closed for 2 weeks in a containment area centered in New Rochelle, and the troops will scrub surfaces and deliver food to that zone. Global News 24 hours a day on air, and a quick take by Bloomberg. I'm Bob Moon.
Business is constantly evolving. Is your financial printer evolving to keep ahead of the curve? At Command Financial, we are redefining financial printing by providing industry-leading expertise, leveraging technology, and honing processes and best practices. Every day, Command helps SEC registrants, as well as members of their working groups, including securities attorneys and investment bankers, prepare, file, and disseminate regulatory and disclosure documents, such as registration statements, M&A documents, and mutual fund prospectuses and reports. Command provides a full range of services to help you effectively complete your deal, meet your disclosure requirements, and achieve your shareholder communications objectives. Visit our website at commandfinancial.com and learn how we're evolving, not only with the times, but also with your business requirements. Command Financial, redefining financial printing.
Imagine being denied an apartment because of your religion, or your race, or because you have children, or a disability.
It's so wrong.
Yes, but who has the power to stop this?
You do. Each of us has the power. The law is on your side. It's illegal for landlords to discriminate because of race, color, religion, sex, national origin, disability, or familial status. If you suspect that you have experienced housing discrimination, file a complaint with HUD immediately so we can investigate it. Fair housing is your right.
Use it.
To learn more, visit HUD.gov/fairhousing. That's HUD.gov/fairhousing. Or call 1-800-669-9777. 1-800-669-9777. A public service message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
That's not what happens. Somebody sneezes on you.
Life. It's a funny old game, isn't it? 1 minute you're on top, the next, you need all the help you can get.
Somebody sneezes on you.
Yeah, later, yeah.
So make sure you're there for those around you. Don't just be a spectator. Be a supporter.
You're not going to be that adversely impacted
for life.
And are still going to come back.
Join us at blood.co.uk.
The puck drops. 12 players face off to win. The suspense is pure torture, but you wouldn't miss this for the world. TuneIn brings you every minute of the NHL season. Listen live to hockey when it matters most on TuneIn. When you're not listening to your team, take it to the end zone, the rim, or the net. Keep up with the biggest moments in sports by following TuneIn on social media.
Block, Cook into the end zone for the touchdown.
From reminders of the live top games to tips of the best sports stations and podcasts.
Welcome to Undisputed. We are live from Los Angeles. I'm Jenny Taft here with Skip
Follow
Bayless.
and TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram to get the most out of TuneIn.
You love TuneIn for live breaking news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, CNBC, and more. But when you can't catch your favorite show as it airs, it might just be a click away as a podcast. Search your favorite news station to explore all the on-demand news shows on TuneIn.
Are you curious what others are listening to on TuneIn? Head to the trending section under Browse to see the most popular stations and podcasts among TuneIn listeners right now. Check it out. You might just discover something new for yourself.
Fires can even start in your neck of the woods. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Message and data rates may apply. T&C and privacy terms can be found at babbel.com/terms. Please don't text and drive.
Have you wanted to speak a new language, but you thought it'd be too hard or take too much time? Then try Babbel for free by texting EXPLORE to 64,000. In just 15 minutes a day, you'll be on your way to speaking a new language in just a few weeks. And right now, you can try Babbel for free. Babbel starts out teaching you words and phrases by matching them with pictures. You won't believe how easy the interactive program is. Soon the sentences get a little bigger, and before you know it, you're having simulated conversations voiced by native speakers. And because Babbel is crafted by language experts and uses the spaced repetition method, in just 10 to 15 minutes a day, you'll be speaking the language of your choice with real confidence. With Babbel, you can speak a language. Just text EXPLORE to 64,000 and start your first lesson in the language of your choice for free. Download the Babbel app or text EXPLORE to 64,000 and try it for free. Text EXPLORE to 64,000.
Vatsal Shah is Senior Project Engineer at Mott MacDonald, a global engineering consultancy with more than 16,000 employees. He earned his PhD at New Jersey Institute of Technology and as an adjunct professor is helping NJIT students explore emerging technologies.
My focus is renewable markets, emerging technologies, the idea of floating cities. What are we doing to develop that? What will happen to the city in the water? Well, you're going to have waves hitting it. You're going to have solar. How are you going to develop plants? How are you going to develop vegetation and farming? That sort of thought process happens at NJIT. We actually plan out what will the city look like. How do we develop that? So in 10 years, we're actually ready to take on those challenges when we have our first development in the water. NJIT also has been doing a lot of work in self-healing materials, so taking the polymers and the new material that we have in our material sciences departments and putting them into things like concrete, things like steel, reinforcing our soil.
NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology. Learn more at njit.edu.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We've got just about 13 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all advancing with the Dow Jones Industrial Average close to the high of the session right now, up 952 points. That is a gain of 4%, making up some of yesterday's losses. Best level of the day, by the way, 976. Keep in mind, too, that on this Tuesday, we did have the Dow down by 160 points. However, stocks have rebounded from the worst rout since the financial crisis on expectations the Trump administration will unveil stimulus measures. Treasuries fell, oil jumped. West Texas Intermediate crude now up 11%, 34.61 a barrel. The yield on the 10-year, 0.76%. We've got the S&P up 111 now, higher by 4.1%. NASDAQ up 325, up by 4.1%. The Dow, as I mentioned, up 942 points, up by 4%. So again, recapping here, gold lower, down 1.8%, 1649. The ounce and stocks rallying, S&P up 112, up 4.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car. I turn on the radio.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive. Just drive, baby.
It's the question that drives us.
This is the drive to the close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
It's time for the drive to the close. Peter Cheer back with us, head of macro strategy at Academy Securities. Once again on the phone from New Canaan, Connecticut. Peter, good to have you here. You have seen a lot of market cycles. We've talked with you a lot about different environments, different dislocations in the financial markets. What's your read on this one?
That I think the worst is behind us. So I switched from being bearish to actually bullish or looking for risk on as of yesterday. And I saw lots of signs of capitulation. We saw high volumes. We finally saw a few more unwinds. So I think we started a process of what I call de-risking to degrossing. And I think that's largely over now. So we're starting to set a base.
And so what does that look like? I mean, it's interesting that you have this level of confidence because I feel like a lot of us don't. What gives you that confidence?
So one is, I think, just the levels we got to become attractive. I liked 2,800 on the S&P, so we kind of got to levels where it feels that there's some value. I've thought that we need to see a couple things on the fiscal stimulus side. It looks like Italy's going to deliver something. Europe's probably going to deliver. We are probably going to get something. So I think we get that little bit of a boost on the fiscal stimulus side. The coronavirus still concerns me. But we went from a fear factor in the U.S. maybe of a 2 to 3, and we are way behind the rest of the world. and we quickly jumped over the weekend to a 6 or 7. So I think a lot of that's priced in, and what I'm watching really closely, and the most intriguing thing I find is that the warm cities where there's humidity as well have not seen a significant amount of cases. So it really could be a very seasonal bug.
Yeah, it's interesting. I feel like, Jason, some of the conversations that we've had, whether it was with Kathy Wood yesterday and some others, I was listening to Barry Ritholtz this morning on surveillance, and again, kind of backing away from the hysteria or stress that's in the markets and saying, that we were in some ways, Peter, looking for a reason to sell because we had been having conversation after conversation that, equities were overvalued. It didn't make sense with the earnings projection. So we were almost looking for a reason to sell.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And that's part of what I found interesting. Even in the past 2 weeks, there have been days where I've been able to talk about being bearish. And my thesis had nothing to do with the coronavirus. It was really just about once technical levels were breached, you saw a bunch of activity. And it was never going to be a one-way street on the way down. I'm sure it's not going to be on the way back up. Some of this reminds me of trading in and around when Lehman was struggling, when Morgan Stanley was struggling back in 2008, when the government couldn't pass the original TARP. Yeah. So expect volatility. But I think we should be conditioned now to understand the governments are out there to support. Fiscal stimulus is going to come, and that will really be good for the markets.
Well, a coordinated effort, would certainly show that everybody's behind kind of backstopping industries, the market, societies. Having said that, if we go into a recession, Peter, is that more problematic in terms of getting out of it?
I think if we actually get to the point of a recession, it will be problematic. I've been very concerned about the demand shock, and I think we were relatively early to talk about the demand shock, and that was coming from this fact that, quarantine seems to be the only solution. It does seem to be effective, but that's potentially, hurting demand. So that's why I find it so critical to get that fiscal stimulus. So if we don't get the fiscal stimulus, I think then we go much lower than we're at. So we need D.C. to do something, and whether the president's able to do it with Congress or somehow manages to act unilaterally, we need that. Otherwise, I think the demand destruction will be real. That will push us into a potential recession. And more importantly, it will change the investor and consumer psychology. And I think it would be a much, much longer recovery process.
All right. So, Peter, we've talked with you and a lot of your colleagues about political risk and sort of weaving it into economic risk and market risk as well. There's a political risk here because even a national emergency, as I think we can call it, a health crisis, is highly partisan, highly politicized. It's coming in a presidential election year. You've seen the same headlines we have of what's coming out of Capitol Hill in Washington today. What feels like the type of fiscal stimulus that actually could get done in our current environment?
I think in the near term, my base case scenario is Trump gets rejected by Congress and then declares a national emergency and does anything and pulls any levers he can, using that as his tool to kind of force Congress to come. So it's not an ideal situation. It's not what I would like. So I think the initial headlines are not going to be as good because he's going to have to kind of do a backdoor path to it. On the other hand, if you go back to when Europe was having its trouble, Draghi, I believe, was in July or August of that year, talked about doing whatever it takes. He actually did nothing for 6 months, and people didn't care. So I think just the threat or hope of global fiscal stimulus can last a few days or even a week while the plans come together.
All right, so what are you doing? What kind of money are you putting to work? What kind of new money is coming in? What kind of money is going out, though, that people don't buy and necessarily agree with you?
I think people have been trying to test the stock market a little bit, but I think you're just supposed to buy that. I really like the big tech names. I think they have the added advantage that they have continued to do share repurchase. Most are sitting on huge amounts of cash, so they can do the share repurchase. They benefit probably as a whole if we are doing the social distancing and more people are able to work from home offices, etc. So I like big tech. I think
like an Intel. Like we have a viewer who just sent me a tweet, said, "I bought Intel. Would you buy an Intel here?"
Yeah, I think those companies make sense to me, right? They are going to be able to do share repurchase. People are going to have to be buying computers to do more remote stuff. I like that as a whole. And again, I think at some point you're going to want to delve into the cyclicals. That might be a little bit early. But right now I've kind of been putting my own money into the NASDAQ and just buying QQQ.
Right. Well, that's one way to do it. All right, Peter Cheer, thank you so much. We really always enjoy catching up with you and your colleagues there at Academy Securities. Peter is the head of macro strategy of Academy Securities, joining us on the phone from New Canaan, Connecticut. And just want to sort of bring you up to speed on what's been happening over the last hour. This last hour has become so critical, it feels like, over the last couple of weeks for really setting the tone for what we see. And we are seeing people buy pretty heavily into the close. We're less than 4 minutes away from the close, and the S&P at its highest level.
Yeah, let's just put it out there. S&P 500 up almost 4.8%, up 130 points. Dow is up 1,119 points, up 4.7%. 4.7% higher as well on the NASDAQ for a 372-point gain. Listen, exactly. If we're going to get stimulus here in the United States, if we're going to get it elsewhere around the world, you're talking about governments and policymakers propping up the world, saying, we're going to do what we have to do to help out our economies. Investors like that.
Coming up, we're going to get your movers and shakers, your stock of the day, and so much more. Stick with us. This is Bloomberg.
Life. It's a funny old game, isn't it? 1 minute you're on top. The next, you need all the help you can get.
Yeah, later, yeah.
So make sure you're there for those around you. Don't just be a spectator. Be a supporter. Bleed for life. Join us at blood.co.uk.
The puck drops. 12 players face off to win. The suspense is pure torture, but you wouldn't miss this for the world. TuneIn brings you every minute of the NHL season. Listen live to hockey when it matters most on TuneIn.
Are you curious what others are listening to on TuneIn? Head to the trending section under Browse to see the most popular stations and podcasts among TuneIn listeners right now. Check it out. You might just discover something new for yourself.
When you're not listening to your team, take it to the end zone, the rim, or the net. Keep up with the biggest moments in sports by following TuneIn on social media.
Block, Cook into the end zone for the touchdown.
From reminders of the live top games to tips of the best sports stations and podcasts.
Welcome to Undisputed. We are live from Los Angeles. I'm Jenny Taft here with Skip
Follow
Bayless.
at TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to get the most out of TuneIn.
The government has coordinated and streamlined its coronavirus messaging, but is it the right message?
What's really necessary is for the people in the government who don't know the details to stop telling us things like there will be a vaccine in 1 year. Stop it. That's not helpful.
Making sense of the noise and the silence on this week's On the Media from WNYC. Listen to the On the Media podcast from WNYC Studios on TuneIn today.
From the financial capital of the world, 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg Radio. Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Rebound Tuesday with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all surging into the close. Dow Industrials back above 25,000, and folks from the American Red Cross ringing that closing bell. Stocks bounce back from the worst rout since the financial crisis on expectations the Trump administration will unveil stimulus measures. S&P at the close up 135 points. That's an advance of 4.9%. Dow Industrials up 1,164 points, a gain there of 4.9%, and the NASDAQ Composite Index up 393 points. That was a jump of almost 5%. 10-year yield 0.79%, gold down 2.1%, at $16.44 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude surging 10.8% today, up $3.39 a barrel, $34.52. Brent up 9.8% at $37.73. So stocks rebounding today, and the S&P extending gains after Bloomberg reported President Trump told lawmakers he wants a payroll tax holiday proposed to counter the fallout from the spreading coronavirus to last through the November election. Peter Cheer is head of macro strategy at Academy Securities. He was our guest moments ago right here on Bloomberg Business Week.
But I think the worst is behind us. So I switched from being bearish to actually bullish or looking for risk on as of yesterday. And I saw lots of signs of capitulation. We saw high volumes. We finally saw a few more unwinds. So I think we started a process of what I call de-risking to degrossing. And I think that's largely over now. So we're starting to set a base.
And this headline from the Bloomberg Professional Service, the New York Auto Show likely to be delayed to August because of the coronavirus. Again, repeating that headline, just crossing now, the New York Auto Show likely to be delayed to August because of the coronavirus. Again, recapping the equity numbers, a rally on Wall Street with the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all surging into the close. S&P up 135, a gain of 4.9%. I'm Charlie Pellet.
Your next move will be your last.
Nobody move a muscle. Damn, Sippy, you got to move. And I'm moving from town to town.
Time is money. Let's go. Come on, move it. Shake it up. Shake it up.
Bloomberg Business Week, Movers and Shakers, with Carol Masser and Jason Kelly on Bloomberg Radio.
Yes, indeed. A sell-off and then a rally. That's what we've got so far in the first two trading days of the week. And a rally, as Charlie mentioned, we pretty much closed at our highs of this session because we saw a ton of buying into the close here. So what did it mean? All right. Broad-based rally. I'm looking at the major industry groups in the S&P 500. There are 11 of them. All of them are higher. And at the top of the pack, information technology up 6.6%, financials up 6%, consumer discretionary up 5.4%, industrials up 5.2%. Bottom of the pack, it's your safer plays, your safe havens to some extent. Consumer staples still up 3% for the day. Utilities were up 1%. So 477 names in the S&P 500 higher today, 28 lower.
Crazy.
It's not crazy, though, because this is what we talk about.
477, that's a lot.
But, this is what we just talked about. If you have...
It's not crazy.
No, it's not crazy, because it is a market that is really... First of all, I agree that we were looking for a reason to sell because valuations got crazy. Right now, we're driven on headlines. And if you've got the U.S. government looking to do packages to shore up industries and individuals, and you have that going on around the globe, that is a good environment for equities.
Totally. No, it absolutely is. And you do have a sense. I mean, clearly you have a sense. And we heard a very strong risk. We heard a very strong risk on case from Peter Cheer just a couple minutes ago. And, a convincing one to some extent. And
Kathy Wood, too.
Kathy
and
Wood,
some
other folks as well. So there is a sense out there that folks are starting to get their arms around it. There is also a sense, as you heard Peter say, that fiscal stimulus is on the way. People can map out what this looks like. And, we'll see. But meanwhile, the town of New Rochelle in Westchester
not far away.
Is on lockdown. We heard Peter Robeson and others out in Seattle talk about the environment there.
And that's the somber voice. Like I think about he and the doctor that we talked to, Dr. Amy Compton Phillips, who is at the hospital where the first case of the coronavirus in the U.S. happened, and she said we're in early days, right? So a much more somber tone for those who are in the middle of it.
Right. Canada, stocks there soaring 3.1% in the biggest jump since November 2011. So we thought the U.S. had a big jump. Canada having an even bigger one. Let's talk some names. Obviously, energy leading the way, as you mentioned, and some names that we heard earlier in the show from our guest at CFRA, Stuart Glickman. He was talking about how Oxy is one of your best performers, Marathon one of your best performers, even though maybe they shouldn't be.
Right, exactly. And this is this is where in a situation like this, we're increasingly, and this was a conversation I had earlier in a news meeting, you're going to be looking at the balance sheets and the debt that individual companies have, and especially in the energy space. Those that are highly levered or leveraged up and have a lot of debt in their balance sheet, they're going to have a trickier time getting through this because you know what? Oil prices are going to probably stay at these low levels, and that means some of those weaker players, there's either going to be consolidation or they're going to be taken out. So today, though, risk on when it came to the energy names. Marathon was your number one gainer. It was up 21% here in today's session. PXD is the ticker for Pioneer Natural Resources. It was up 20%. Hess, HES was up 20% as well. And let's not forget the travel names and those that play into the hospitality industry. MGM Resorts up 16%.
Yeah.
That was your fourth biggest gainer in the S&P.
Well, I mean, you heard the President of the United States essentially say, we're going to do what we need to do for the cruise industry.
I'm going to go play blackjack?
We're
Oh, no, he didn't say that. He did not say that.
He did not say that. We're going to do what we need to do for the airline industry. And, you did see, you saw airline CEOs taking less pay. They're saying they're going to take less pay this year at United and Southwest. And you also saw them, again, the somber side, essentially saying, we don't know what our revenue forecast is for 2020. We don't know what it's going to look like.
And go back to those energy names. You're so right. Occidental cutting its dividend, its capital spending after the slump in oil prices.
With a whole lot of debt. And as Stuart pointed out, literally doing the Anadarko deal probably at the worst time it potentially could have. All right, let's look at volatility if we can. The VIX, actually Stitch Fix, I did want to mention really quick. Down 25%.
Don't do it.
Oh, no. I forgot. Sorry.
The VIX down almost 14%, but still closing at 47.08. This is Bloomberg.
All right, Dave, you're up. Hi, my name is Dave.
Wilson, where are you? Wilson!
Just what do you think you're doing, Dave?
We're going for the price on Wilson. Open up the door, it's Dave. Who? Dave.
He opened up the door and he came storming in.
Did you get Dave dancing the Stitch Fix dance? Oh, darn.
It's only because Charlie Pellet put it in my head. I totally forgot. Dave Wilson's here with the stock of the day. It's Stitch Fix.
Indeed it is. The online clothing retailer that offers what it calls personal styling for everyone. Customers receive apparel selected for them, keep the items they like, and send back the rest for free. Stitch Fix was founded in 2011 and went public in November 2017. The ticker is IX. The shares peaked at a record in September 2018 after more than tripling from their initial price of $15. Stitch Fix then retreated as quarterly results were disappointing, yet the shares held above the $15 price until late yesterday when fiscal second quarter results came out. Revenue was just below analyst average estimate in a Bloomberg survey. The shortfall was Stitch Fix's first since going public. The company's third quarter sales estimate trailed the average projection by more than 6%. And Stitch Fix reduced full-year forecast for earnings as well as revenue. The cuts were based on lower order values, rising costs, and the potential effect of coronavirus, as well as weakness in its UK business, which just started last year.
That's a laundry list, man.
Yes, it is. And the results and outlook sent Stitch Fix as low as $14.28 a share. The stock did close at $15.86, so it recoups some of the loss. Nonetheless, still down 25% on the day.
Now down 38% for the year. And, it's hard to say Stitch Fix. Can I just say that?
Yeah, it is.
It's hard, especially...
Stitch Fix.
Stitch Fix.
Stitch Fix.
Stitch Fix.
Yeah, Stitch Fix.
We could amuse ourselves probably for an hour doing this.
Dave Wilson, thank you.
And thank you for that
much.
Stitch Fix dance. All of you on YouTube, I'm so sorry that you missed it because we almost did that stock before.
All right, let's get to Bob Moon. He's got world and national headlines. Hey, Bob.
All right. Hey there, Jason. It's Ed. President Donald Trump has told GOP legislators he wants a payroll tax waived through the election. He also says he wants help for cruise lines.
We are working very closely with the cruise line industry and very, very closely. They're taking very strong steps in terms of people going on and going off.
Yeah, he says the same for airlines. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell says Congress can get it done.
Last week was a good example of how to do it. I'm confident the Treasury Secretary and the Speaker can find a way forward that'll be comforting to both sides.
And Bloomberg's Kevin Cirilli says that is probably the case now.
He won't have the support of all of the Democrats, but he likely will have enough support to get whatever he needs over the finish line.
Although he says no concrete timeline is set. Clusters of cases in New York's New Rochelle, where Governor Andrew Cuomo is sending the National Guard.
We're also going to use the National Guard in the containment area to deliver food to homes, to help with the cleaning of public spaces.
New Jersey has announced its first death. And in Seattle, the Washington governor of the state, Jay Inslee, says he sees the number of cases doubling in the next 5 days. Meanwhile, the director of the CDC, Dr. Robert Redfield, says they're making progress with testing kits.
And I'm happy to say now
with LabCorp and Quest both operational as of yesterday, there's really laboratory testing availability to any doctor's office that can go through LabCorp and Quest.
But he says the U.S. is beyond the containment phase and into mitigation, which means canceling of events and quarantines. In San Francisco, I'm Ed Baxter.
Tom Keene and Jonathan Farrow enjoy each other's company.
Most of us don't speak Mandarin. John, do you speak Mandarin?
I do not speak Mandarin.
I just wanted to check that.
Almost as much as they enjoy grilling economic experts.
When this is over, do you bounce back, or is there a lasting weakness to it?
Which means that you will enjoy listening.
If things get worse, we're ready to do more.
Bloomberg Surveillance, weekday mornings at 7 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
To protect his home and family from disaster, Steve used courage, wisdom, and his camera phone.
That should do it.
Way to go, Steve! By simply taking digital pictures of his family's important documents, Steve can always have them stored safely online, no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Are you interested in a challenging and exciting career? One where you can be part of solving complex challenges across industries and geographies. Bloomberg's ever-expanding technology, data, news, and media services foster innovation, empower clients, and offer nearly limitless opportunities for career growth. Visit Bloomberg.com/careers today to view our current job opportunities. Bloomberg LP is an equal opportunity employer. The address once again is Bloomberg.com/careers.
Not completing high school is more of a social thing than it was an academic thing. Even though all these years have passed, I still had that longing to have my diploma.
At age 30, Carissa finished her high school diploma.
If you're even considering getting your high school diploma, you can do it.
No one gets a diploma alone. If you're thinking of finishing your high school diploma, you have help. Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org. That's finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
Hey, have you heard? The Mayor of London has launched his latest van scrappage scheme to help tackle London's toxic air. Small businesses or sole traders like me with a polluting van could now get £7,000, which you could use to trade up to a Euro 6 vehicle. And you could get an extra £2,500 towards running costs if you go electric. The scheme is now even easier to qualify for, and it's open to any businesses with up to 50 employees, like mine. So, I'm going to search TfL Scrappage to see if I'm eligible and apply. You should do the same. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters.
At the Bank of Santander, they've created Stan, a smart bot that can predict the future of remortgaging.
All right, Stan, will my mortgage rate go up?
1955 was the last time Newcastle won the cup.
No, try not to mumble.
Playing, let's get ready to rumble.
Meanwhile, at Santander, they can't predict your future, but they'll help secure it with great mortgage rates fixed for up to 10 years. See what's possible at Santander.
Early repayment charges apply. Lending subject to status and criteria. Your home may be repossessed if you do not keep up repayments on your mortgage.
When you're not listening to your team, take it to the end zone, the rim, or the net. Keep up with the biggest moments in sports by following TuneIn on social media.
Cook into the end zone for the touchdown.
From reminders of the live top games to tips of the best sports stations and podcasts.
Welcome to Undisputed. We are live from Los Angeles. I'm Jenny Taft here with Skip Bayless.
Follow at TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to get the most out of TuneIn.
Did you know your favorite radio stations are in your pocket? Yes, the TuneIn app lets you listen to the same radio stations you pick up on your home or car radio anywhere you want. To see all the stations broadcasting in your area, find the local radio section on the home screen. Keep it local with TuneIn.
You love TuneIn for live breaking news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, CNBC, and more. But when you can't catch your favorite show as it airs, it might just be a click away as a podcast. Search your favorite news station to explore all the on-demand news shows on TuneIn.
The puck drops. 12 players face off to win. The suspense is pure torture, but you wouldn't miss this for the world. TuneIn brings you every minute of the NHL season. Listen live to hockey when it matters most on TuneIn.
Yet, the most competitive managers in the market know with the right partner and a flexible operating platform, you can. Go boldly toward change with SEI Investment Manager Services.
Determination and operational strength are both essential factors for growth in asset management. I'm Steve Meyer, President and Head of SEI's Investment Manager Services Division. We know that disruptive forces create opportunities around the world. If you see potential in change, our industry specialists will maximize SEI's integrated platform of data and risk management, global investment operations, compliance support, and investor services to position your asset management business for success. Come grow with us.
With SEI Investment Manager Services, you lead the charge in a competitive marketplace. Learn more at SEIC.com/seize change.
The Bloomberg Business of Sports podcast.
How did the Yankees become this mega valuable team?
Where the money is flowing inside sports around the globe.
From the marketing perspective, where are the dollars spent?
From union heads to team owners, Scott Soshnick and Michael Barr speak to the names that power this multi-billion-dollar industry.
Boston Red Sox CEO Sam Kennedy.
National Hockey League Commissioner Gary Bettman.
Bloomberg Business of Sports. Listen today on Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, or subscribe on Apple Podcasts.
Business is constantly evolving. Is your financial printer evolving to keep ahead of the curve? At Command Financial, we are redefining financial printing by providing industry-leading expertise, leveraging technology, and honing processes and best practices. Every day, Command helps SEC registrants, as well as members of their working groups, including securities attorneys and investment bankers, prepare, file, and disseminate regulatory and disclosure documents, such as registration statements, M&A documents, and mutual fund prospectuses and reports. Command provides a full range of services to help you effectively complete your deal, meet your disclosure requirements, and achieve your shareholder communications objectives. Visit our website at commandfinancial.com and learn how we're evolving, not only with the times, but also with your business requirements. Command Financial, redefining financial printing.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Stocks came roaring back today with the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all rallying right into the close. S&P up 135 points at 2882. That was a gain of just about 4.9%. Dow Industrials up 1,167 points, up 4.9%. NASDAQ up 393 points, higher by 5%. 10-year yield 0.78%. Gold down today by 1.8%, $16.49 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude rallying 11.4%, $34.69 a barrel. Brent $37.91, up by 10.3%. The annual New York Auto Show, where global car makers plan to unveil 50 new models next month, probably will be pushed back to August because of the coronavirus. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar, Jason Kelly, and this is Bloomberg Radio.
Everybody's looking for the right strategy in these markets that go down and then they go way up. Not quite up as much as they went down yesterday, but
a roller coaster.
A lot of people will take it. This volatility introducing a lot of different elements into the market. We have a lot of questions for Dave Harden. He is Chief Investment Officer of Summit Global Investments, looking after more than $1 billion. He joins us on the phone from Salt Lake City, Utah, and it's great to talk to him in part because his large cap equity fund is beating just about everybody, even in this very tricky market.
This month, this year, and over the past 5 years.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Dave, just top line, what's your sort of one takeaway thought about this market we're living in right now?
Well, thanks for having me again on your program. Glad to be here. The thought is it's still in front of us, right? The cases of infection in the U.S. are still rising.
Yeah.
So COVID-19 is not over for the U.S. It may be for China. They may be in the crux of it in Italy. But for us, it's still in front of us. And so capitulation yesterday and being up today, thank heavens, that's great. But I don't think it's done. Glad to hear Trump's being on board. Glad to hear Congress is out. But oil, we made moves to get out of oil and COVID exposure back in January. So people that are doing it now, they're a little bit late to the game, but maybe better late than never.
So let me just ask you, the S&P 500's down now with today's rally, not quite 15% from the February 19th high in the market. How much of that is virus related in your view? How much of, or that almost 20% bear market correction, how much of it was related to the virus? How much of it was related to, man, we've got an expensive market?
Well, definitely, you got to attribute some to expenses, right?
Yeah.
You got to look at some of the valuations that were out there, whether you think, like, for example, Amazon at 82 PE or whatever. So some of that's out there. But the reality is people are selling, and the selling has accelerated not because of valuations. They have sold because, hey, listen, no one's traveling. The airlines are cutting back. No one's going on cruises. These are the things that are really affecting our outlook going further. Great companies with great metrics, they're saying, hey, we know things are bad. Other companies with not so great metrics, they haven't told you, but trust me, they're not looking good either. So I think that most of this can be attributed to the virus, except for Monday. Now, right. Monday has to be attributed somewhat to oil, right?
Good point.
And so where do you buy here, Dave? What are you adding?
I think from our standpoint, we added up on this in January, but I still think it's a great buy is Clorox. I don't know about you, but I've used more Clorox in the last month.
Oh, good Lord. You should see us when we come into the studio. It's just like a bath in Clorox.
Jason and Kelly, the hazmat version. That's what it is.
That's right. So this has changed, right? You can look at all the numbers you want on Clorox. It's PE of 27, etc. But all that's passed. Now, behavior's changed. Everybody's buying Clorox. It's it's a growth market now.
It's going to be a staple.
Forget about the virus. It's a staple growth right now. So we're bullish on Clorox. We have been for a long time. It's one of our major holdings, and so I'm really bullish there.
Did you buy more?
Oh, absolutely. Especially when the market drops, right? It just goes on sale a little bit, and we pick it up some more.
I want to ask you about a name that I think is one of your top holdings, and keep us honest here, that came up yesterday, and that's Flowers Foods. This is a bread company, right?
It is. This is I think of it as a dessert company, and they get a good portion of their revenues from Walmart.
Okay.
Right? So it's dependent upon, I think, a lot of shoppers still shopping, which is concerning given the virus, and the sweet tooth of America's, which probably isn't going away, and behavior's not changing. So I think this is a really good opportunity. They have a great growth strategy. And it's something that's really been performing well. And so we're happy to be in that and continue to be in Flowers.
What else have you added to, especially in the market sell-off when things are on sale?
Yeah, so one of the physicians that we like, and we've liked it for a while, we talked about it last time I was on your program too, was Zoetis, which is a pet company, right? We all have our dogs and pets. We've talked about this. Congress is not doing anything right now around pharmaceuticals for pets. And guess what? We're still spending money there. So this is a company, when the market sells it off, we feel like it's a good opportunity to pick up some more of that. We like Zoetis long term and definitely see good opportunity there for some buys.
The amazing thing, and I think I mentioned this the last time we talked, this is a $63 billion company.
Right. Well, this was the spinoff. Was it from Pfizer or?
It was.
Yeah.
And so and they're one of their largest clients still. So this is a really good opportunity. There are some people that are entering the space. There's some long-term things, but every company has to deal with it.
I got to say, in our house, too, it's just like, okay, wait, Scouts Medicine. All right, we make sure, we don't run out or, because you've got to give them their different, heartworm and all those things. And it's like, all right, make sure you've got it ordered.
Come back as Scout.
The whole world wants to come back as Scout.
Good Lord. All right, and actively avoiding here, Dave, what are you looking at?
I think you still have to avoid the virus right now, right? So we sold Nike and Starbucks and McDonald's, which are great management teams, in January. We sold Apple back in the first week of February. These are great companies, but I think you still have to avoid some of those. But especially, you have to avoid travel exposure, talking airlines, cruise ships, etc., and people that sell into those type of companies. And lastly, energy. Energy is something we've had zero energy across our portfolio for now, going on almost 3 months. And listen, we have 90,000, it's estimated for 2020, 90,000 less barrels of oil per day from demand. So
Yeah,
it's good.
Avoid that. All right, Dave Harden, great to catch up with you. Really enjoyed it. Chief Investment Officer of Summit Global Investments, one of the best performing large cap fund managers out there. You're looking and listening. You're listening to Bloomberg Business
Whatever
Week.
you want to do, Jason
Bloomberg
Kelly.
Radio on YouTube and radio.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. It was a wild day on Wall Street, reversing more than half of yesterday's steep declines. Investors are hoping to hear about stimulus measures planned by the Trump administration to ease the sting of the coronavirus. The Dow Jones Industrial Average jumped 1,167. The S&P 500 gained 136. The Nasdaq Composite climbed 394. Airlines haven't seen it this bad since 9/11. Carriers are slashing flight schedules as travel demand dries up. United is stress testing a scenario in which revenue falls as much as 70% in April and May. It looks like extra hand sanitizing stations won't be enough to keep the New York Auto Show on track. Organizers reportedly have begun telling automakers that a delay from April to August is possible. Hollywood continues to reschedule some upcoming movie releases due to the coronavirus. Sony Pictures is moving Peter Rabbit 2 to August. It had been set to hit U.S. theaters on April 3rd. Larry Kofsky, Bloomberg Radio.
The possibility of lung cancer can be pretty scary, especially if you're one of approximately 8 million current or former smokers at high risk. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know that now there's a breakthrough low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early, and it only takes 60 seconds. You stop smoking, now start screening. For an easy quiz to see if you're eligible, visit SaveByTheScan.org. It could save your life. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
Are you interested in a challenging and exciting career? One where you can be part of solving complex challenges across industries and geographies. Bloomberg's ever-expanding technology, data, news, and media services foster innovation, empower clients, and offer nearly limitless opportunities for career growth. Visit Bloomberg.com/careers today to view our current job opportunities. Bloomberg LP is an equal opportunity employer. The address once again is Bloomberg.com/careers.
Life. It's a funny old game, isn't it? 1 minute you're on top, the next, you need all the help you can get. So make sure you're there for those around you. Don't just be a spectator. Be a supporter. Bleed for life. Join us at blood.co.uk.
Are you curious what others are listening to on TuneIn? Head to the trending section under Browse to see the most popular stations and podcasts among TuneIn listeners right now. Check it out. You might just discover something new for yourself.
The government has coordinated and streamlined its coronavirus messaging, but is it the right message?
What's really necessary is for the people in the government who don't know the details to stop telling us things like there will be a vaccine in 1 year. Stop it. That's not helpful.
Making sense of the noise and the silence on this week's On the Media from WNYC. Listen to the On the Media podcast from WNYC Studios on TuneIn today.
When you're not listening to your team, take it to the end zone, the rim, or the net. Keep up with the biggest moments in sports by following TuneIn on social media.
Block, Cook into the end zone for the touchdown.
From reminders of the live top games to tips of the best sports stations and podcasts.
Welcome to Undisputed. We are live from Los Angeles. I'm Jenny Taft here with Skip
Follow
Bayless.
at TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to get the most out of TuneIn. The puck drops. 12 players face off to win. The suspense is pure torture, but you wouldn't miss this for the world. TuneIn brings you every minute of the NHL season. Listen live to hockey when it matters most on TuneIn.
Please don't text and drive.
Have you wanted to speak a new language, but you thought it'd be too hard or take too much time? Then try Babbel for free by texting EXPLORE to 64,000. In just 15 minutes a day, you'll be on your way to speaking a new language in just a few weeks. And right now, you can try Babbel for free. Babbel starts out teaching you words and phrases by matching them with pictures. You won't believe how easy the interactive program is. Soon the sentences get a little bigger, and before you know it, you're having simulated conversations voiced by native speakers. And because Babbel is crafted by language experts and uses the spaced repetition method, in just 10 to 15 minutes a day, you'll be speaking the language of your choice with real confidence. With Babbel, you can speak a language. Just text EXPLORE to 64,000 and start your first lesson in the language of your choice for free. Download the Babbel app or text EXPLORE to 64,000 and try it for free. Text EXPLORE to 64,000.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Tom Keene and Jonathan Farrell.
Is that good for American finance?
What is happening with the head count?
Right, where it counts. Bloomberg Surveillance, weekday mornings at 7 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio. Bloomberg, the world is listening. Broadcasting live to New York, Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 106.1. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
Coming up, we're going to check in with Kevin Cirilli. Obviously, a big day in the Democratic primary race, but we also have a cancellation, the first event to be canceled because of the coronavirus. We're going to get into all of that with Kev in just a minute.
This was one of those, markets, virus, and it's like
Politics.
Another Super Tuesday going on. All right, let's get a check, though, on some of the big business stories. News after the closing bell.
He's
Charlie
super.
Pellet.
All right, thank you very much. Here's what's going on. Chesapeake will consider a 1 to 50 to 1 to 200 reverse stock split. Developing story, but the headline now on the Bloomberg. Chesapeake going to consider a 1 to 50 or perhaps 1 to 200 reverse stock split. The Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all surging today. Really, that rally coming right into the close. Stocks rallied back from the worst rout since the financial crisis on expectations the Trump administration will implement stimulus measures to counter the economic impact from the coronavirus. Jonathan Mackay is a fund manager at Schroeder Fund Advisors.
Look, a lot of damage has already been done, right? And the markets have obviously sold off dramatically yesterday. There are a lot of vibes of 2008 coming back yesterday. I lived through that market, and we all did. But damage has been done to the economy. We expect a massive slowdown in the first half of this year globally, not just in the U.S., China, and Italy. And so you need fiscal stimulus. We haven't talked about fiscal stimulus since 2008.
The S&P 500 index rallied 4.9% as investors digested a trickle of news that President Trump and his team are looking at measures including cutting payroll taxes and aiding ailing businesses like airlines and cruise operators. The hotel stocks advanced today. For example, Marriott International up by 5.6%. Hilton, who was up today by 4.8%. Again, recapping on markets, the 10-year yield 0.79%, gold down 1.9%. $16.48 the ounce. Crude surged 10.8%, $34.50, talking about West Texas Intermediate crude. And the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all rallying. The Dow up 1167, a gain of 4.9%. S&P up 135 points, up 4.9%. NASDAQ up 393, that was a gain of 5%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie, thanks so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Let's check in with the man himself, Kevin Cirilli, Chief Washington Correspondent for Bloomberg Radio and TV. Also, of course, the host of Bloomberg Sound On. That's coming up at 5 p.m. in Washington on Bloomberg 99.1. That's the studio where he joins us from. All right, Kev, a little bit of a different tone on this particular Tuesday. What are we expecting?
I mean, who knows?
Wow.
Jason, I got to tell you. So I was on Capitol Hill. I started the day at the White House, and then I was up on Capitol Hill. I mean, you've got the energy sector saying, is there going to be a bailout? Is there not going to be a bailout? Folks on the far side of either party, and even some moderates saying there's absolutely no appetite for there to be an energy sector bailout, but we're openly talking about it here in Washington, D.C. So you've got that issue. President Trump was up on Capitol today, meeting with Republican senators, talking about the economy. We've got Treasury Secretary Stephen Mnuchin and Kudlow joining him and round the clock, really. And let's not forget about the banks, because I spoke with a source who works at one of the big banks here in Washington, D.C., and the big bank executives are going to the White House tomorrow. So it feels as if the town is now completely having multiple channels, multiple conversations as it relates to getting out in front of this. But there doesn't seem to be, based upon my reporting, a cohesive point person, for lack of a better term, similar to what you had with Geithner back in 2008.
And meanwhile, in states around the country, Democrats are going to vote, and Bernie Sanders is canceling an event.
Joe Biden, too. I just saw something crossing Twitter that they both canceled rallies tonight in Cleveland.
So you beat me to the... this is why I love coming on with Carol and Jason. No, don't apologize. Listen, you're absolutely right. So now it's being reported that former Vice President Joe Biden has joined Senator Bernie Sanders in canceling their rallies tonight. It's a contrast to the president, who has not canceled any events nor rallies recently. But, this is poised to be a significant night for former Vice President Joe Biden as voters, and Mini Tuesday, as they call it. I don't like that. I mean, no Tuesday's mini in my book, right?
No.
I like what somebody said that, last week they said, get ready for a month of Super Tuesdays, because we have a lot of important, every week there's going to be important, races.
I want to live in a world where every Tuesday is super. Am I allowed to say that?
You know what, Kevin?
Yeah, you can.
You can live in Kevin world where every Tuesday is super. Jason has his world. I have my world.
Every day in Kevin world is super. As long as you get to go for a nice run.
I already ran today. Don't
eat
worry.
some good food.
But just to put it back to politics for a second. I think that this is a really poised to be a big night for the Biden campaign, and it's going to be increasingly difficult for Sanders to stop him. In conversations here in the Beltway, there's been a lot of recalibrations, as I'm sure there has been on Wall Street, of a lot of the in-house shops here on both sides of the aisle now anticipating a Biden nomination.
Can I ask you, though, with the backdrop of, here we are, our mini Super Tuesday, or whatever the heck we want to call it, but I do see, the presence up on Capitol Hill being very presidential, and I do wonder whether some of these initiatives, obviously looking to shore up this economy, right? Because we talk about how important the economy is ultimately November. I do wonder how his handling, some would say not so well, but what if we do get these bailout packages, how much that will give him some tailwinds going into the November elections?
Well, look, I mean, that's a great point. And I spoke with one very senior level strategist who frequently consults with the administration on energy issues. And this strategist said, there goes Pennsylvania, Michigan, Texas. If this energy situation doesn't get sorted out, it's, as the strategist put it, Putin's playing checkers and the U.S. is playing, Putin's playing chess and the U.S. is playing checkers. And so this is a massive political headache for the administration as it relates on the energy front. And I would divorce, it's almost as if there's two issues right now, and I would divorce the energy issue from the coronavirus, because the coronavirus, from my reporting, it seems as if there could be some regulatory nods that will be given to the financial institutions just to deal with the coronavirus, and it's been very nonpartisan with the package, $8.3 billion. There could be more, obviously, but with energy, that's where things get very tricky, for lack of a better word, for the administration.
All right, 30 seconds.
Yes.
Kev, has the coronavirus, other than these event cancellations, has it changed the tone of the substance of the Democratic primary race?
No.
Really?
No, I mean, because I don't think... I put that question to some strategists. It gives Biden an opportunity to talk about Ebola, but it gives Bernie Sanders an opportunity to talk about Medicare for all.
Interesting. All right. Yeah. Well, we will continue to watch it. Check out Kevin Cirilli if you're in the D.C. area.
It was Super Tuesday because we just had Kevin.
I know. Every Tuesday is super when you're talking to Kevin Cirilli, Chief Washington correspondent for Bloomberg Radio and TV.
Like if he was on the campaign trail, every day is super.
I know. I'd love to be at those rallies. Bloomberg Sound On, that's coming up on Bloomberg 99.1 in D.C. For those of you not in D.C., stick with us. Bloomberg Business Week continues everywhere
else.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, you're listening to Bloomberg Business Week right now. Carol Massar, Jason Kelly. Let's get back to World and National News headlines. We've got Ed Baxter in San Francisco. Hello there.
Hi, Carol. Yeah, the head of the CDC, Dr. Robert Redfield, says the fight against coronavirus is shifting from containment to mitigation, which means more closure of communities, sealed off and canceled public events. He also says the global scheme has changed.
Right now, the epicenter, the new China, is Europe. And there's a lot of people coming back and forth from Europe that are not starting to seed these communities, and we are moving quickly to understand how to address Europe.
And to point, Italy is on border lockdown. Officials are now reporting cases topping 10,000. New York Governor Andrew Cuomo is sending the National Guard into the case cluster in New Rochelle to help with cleaning up and to deliver food to homes. New Jersey reporting its first death. Washington State's Governor Jay Inslee is talking about the exponential growth of cases in that state.
So if there are 1,000 people infected today, in 7 or 8 weeks, there could be 64,000 people infected in the state of Washington if we don't somehow slow down this epidemic. And the next week it'd be 120,000, and the next week it'd be 250,000.
Meanwhile, President Donald Trump has been on Capitol Hill to talk potential payroll tax break through the election. Also has pitched help for cruise lines and for airlines.
Likewise with the airline industry, they're taking very, very strong steps for people coming into our country, even getting off the planes.
Yeah, Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell says it can work, but Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown has another priority.
To me, this is also about protecting public health through making sure that lower-income workers, people making $10, $12, $15 an hour who don't have sick leave.
There is no firm timetable for this. In San Francisco, I'm Ed Baxter.
Hey, y'all, Jeff Foxworthy here. Now, if you've ever found yourself repeating the same thing over and over for 75 years, you might be Smokey Bear.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
That's why I'm filling in for Smokey to switch things up, because there's a lot more to say. And I should know because my grandfather was a firefighter. And one of the things he taught me is that the people that love the outdoors the most are often the ones accidentally starting wildfires, which means always BYOB. No, bring your own bucket to the campfire. And be extra careful with things like burning yard trimmings. Don't just walk away, or chances are you might be starting a wildfire. So for the love of the outdoors, go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
25 years ago, NJIT graduate Dick Sweeney co-founded Keurig Green Mountain, a company whose incredible innovations changed the way the world brews a cup of coffee. Today, he lectures widely on business leadership and is a strong advocate for NJIT's work to combine business education with the power of STEM.
NJIT is definitely fostering the innovative thinking for budding entrepreneurs simply because that's the world we live in. NJIT is producing students that have been trained, educated, and given the business acumen to be a contributor to a company. The distinct mission is to develop great STEM scholars. The attributes I've always looked for in team members are heart, smarts, guts, and luck. So we want people with passion, intelligence, courage, and never discount luck. The student coming out of NJIT has experienced all of that.
NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology. Learn more at njit.edu.
What if you could keep the top economic experts in a conference room next to you?
Life. It's a funny old game, isn't it? 1 minute you're on top, the next, you need all the help you can get.
Yeah, later, yeah.
So make sure you're there for those around you. Don't just be a spectator. Be a supporter. Bleed for life. Join us at blood.co.uk.
A lot of people aren't aware that TuneIn lets you listen to the same terrestrial stations that you pick up on your FM AM dial, except you can hear them from anywhere. To see all the stations broadcasting in your area, find the local radio section on the home screen. Keep it local with TuneIn.
When you're not listening to your team, take it to the end zone, the rim, or the net. Keep up with the biggest moments in sports by following TuneIn on social media.
Block, Cook into the end
zone for the touchdown.
From reminders of the live top games to tips of the best sports stations and podcasts.
Welcome to Undisputed. We are live from Los Angeles. I'm Jenny Taft here with Skip
Follow
Bayless.
at TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to get the most out of TuneIn.
You love TuneIn for live breaking news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, CNBC, and more. But when you can't catch your favorite show as it airs, it might just be a click away as a podcast. Search your favorite news station to explore all the on-demand news shows on TuneIn.
The puck drops. 12 players face off to win. The suspense is pure torture, but you wouldn't miss this for the world. TuneIn brings you every minute of the NHL season. Listen live to hockey when it matters most on TuneIn.
Like it just smells something bad. Visit fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Business is constantly evolving. Is your financial printer evolving to keep ahead of the curve? At Command Financial, we are redefining financial printing by providing industry-leading expertise, leveraging technology, and honing processes and best practices. Every day, Command helps SEC registrants, as well as members of their working groups, including securities attorneys and investment bankers, prepare, file, and disseminate regulatory and disclosure documents, such as registration statements, M&A documents, and mutual fund prospectuses and reports. Command provides a full range of services to help you effectively complete your deal, meet your disclosure requirements, and achieve your shareholder communications objectives. Visit our website at commandfinancial.com and learn how we're evolving, not only with the times, but also with your business requirements. Command Financial, redefining financial printing.
Imagine being denied an apartment because of your religion, or your race, or because you have children, or a disability.
It's so wrong.
Yes, but who has the power to stop this?
You do. Each of us has the power. The law is on your side. It's illegal for landlords to discriminate because of race, color, religion, sex, national origin, disability, or familial status. If you suspect that you have experienced housing discrimination, file a complaint with HUD immediately so we can investigate it. Fair housing is your right.
Use it.
To learn more, visit HUD.gov/fairhousing. That's HUD.gov/fairhousing. Or call 1-800-669-9777. 1-800-669-9777. A public service message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pelota. An update on Wall Street, a rebound from yesterday. Stocks rallied back from the worst rout since the financial crisis on expectations the Trump administration will implement stimulus measures to counter the economic impact from the coronavirus. Treasuries fell. Oil jumped. West Texas Intermediate crude up today by 10.9%, $34.54 a barrel. The 10-year yield 0.79%. S&P up 135 points, up 4.9%. Dow Industrials up 1167. That was a gain of 4.9%. Nasdaq up 393 points, higher by 5. Gold down 1.8%, $16.49 a barrel. Recapping, stocks higher, S&P up 135 points, up 4.9%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie, thanks so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week right here on Bloomberg Radio.
I do want to talk a little bit about housing because I thought one of my favorite quotes over the last week or so, especially in the market sell-off, was how financial types love to talk about the markets, but doctors who are watching the virus want to talk about refinancing their mortgage. We have overall, heading into these concerns about the virus and the market sell-off, have been really having the best housing market in about a decade. Low rates, though, may not be enough to lift housing as the odds of a recession grow. So we're going to have to really watch this closely. Let's get a look at the housing market in light of the recession and economic outlook worries. Jeff Taylor is co-founder and managing director at Digital Risk. They provide information and services to regulated industries, including the mortgage business. And he joins us on the phone from the Mortgage Bankers Association Midwinter Conference outside Denver, Colorado. You're at a gathering. Is it of more than 1,000 people?
I am. No, this is actually a very small, intimate gathering of about 150 people.
I'm curious how much are you talking about the virus?
I mean, obviously, it's on everybody's mind, affecting every aspect of lives and businesses. But, to your point, you're talking about the mortgage finance market right now. Last month, when we looked at it as the MBA, we thought that in 2020, we would see $600 billion as a refinance target. 1 month later, that number has moved to 1.2 trillion because of how much the 10-year and the rates have dipped. This whole year is going to be about $2.6 trillion in mortgage origination and close to 9 million loans. Absolutely astronomical numbers.
And so what could change that? How much do you worry about the virus? People saying, oh, this is a great opportunity, but then, oh, wow, this could be really bad. Maybe I'm going to pull back a little bit.
That's a great question. I think from a refinance perspective, right now, every loan, since the Fed raised rates back in December of 2015, every loan that was originated is currently refinanceable. You think about that, that's a pretty staggering number. So if they're going to be looking to refinance these loans continuously, and with the 10-year moving between 0.3 and 0.6, with 50 basis points already up, and another rate cut expected, I don't think from a mortgage refinance issue at all, you're going to see much. I think you're going to see an unbelievable year going forward.
Jeff, hang on. We're going to try and get a cleaner line with you because I know our listeners and watchers on YouTube are probably a little frustrated because we can't hear you clearly. So hang on. We're going to try and reconnect that call. In the meantime, you are listening and watching to Bloomberg Business Week. Interesting day, very different from the tone yesterday.
Good Lord, yeah.
But again, I think it's so much driven on the headlines. It was great catching up with Kevin. A day in Washington right now. He's watching the Tuesday races, the races among the Democratic presidential hopefuls. But what's interesting is there's a lot going on in Capitol Hill. The president's been very busy. He went up to Capitol Hill to talk about some programs to help out, specific industries and really help out American citizens.
Well, and at a time when, in a normal cycle, if there is such a thing anymore, where all eyes would be on the primaries, a lot of political sort of attention being paid to what happens next with this fire. Let's get back to Jeff Taylor, co-founder, managing director of Digital Risk. He's out in Colorado. So, Jeff, give us the feel for the building trade right now, because that's a little tricky as the market gets a little bit uncertain and we think about the real possibility of a recession.
I think the builders are generally very optimistic, but the challenge is supply chain, right? Look at all the materials that come from all over the world. They need to build houses. So if that gets disrupted by the virus, is that going to be a big detractor on what would otherwise be a tremendous year? Yet when you look around the United States, still inventories are at all-time lows in the housing market. So builders, I'm very bullish on them for the next year to 2 years. But again, the unknown is, will the supply chain, all the materials, concrete, wood, stuff that they would get from overseas, will that remain intact to be able to continue the momentum?
All right. So, and I do wonder, Jeff, listening to what you're saying, so is it a case that we might have a couple of months that are pretty nasty and the numbers are not going to look good, but we will have pent-up demand, and ultimately all of the plans to either build now or work on, do whatever now, just gets postponed till later in the year?
I think you're spot on. I think that, at some point, obviously this is very serious, but I do believe, hopefully 3 to 6 months, we see the back end of this virus. And I think that those things, then the supply chain will come back in a big way. And another thing that you're looking at is mortgage rates right now. A lot of consumers are saying, I see rates dropping, but why is the mortgage rate's not dropping consistent with like the 10-year or consistent with the 50 basis points? What people don't really realize, and they should think about, is the reason that banks and lenders aren't dropping rates dramatically right now, there's not enough capacity in the system to process the refinances or the purchases. Therefore, they're maintaining a higher rate right now. And as they build more capacity in the system, and this is actually our biggest line of business at Digital Risk, they will be able to fulfill those mortgages. So call it maybe 60 to 90 days out, I wouldn't be surprised if a 30-year fixed mortgage hits 2.5.
Wow. Amazing.
See, those doctors were right. They're worried about the virus, but they're worried about refinancing.
Absolutely. All right, Jeff Taylor, thank you so much. Co-founder, managing director of Digital Risk. He joined us on the phone from the Mortgage Bankers Association Midwinter Conference outside Denver, Colorado.
I just want to mention, I was looking at the S&P 500 Super Composite Home Building Index, and that, which was down almost 10% yesterday, no surprise and worries about the economic outlook in the market downturn, was up 3.6% today. So a bit of a bounce back there, certainly.
All right. Well, you are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Just reminding you what did happen on the market today or across the major indices here in the U.S. today. You had the NASDAQ, the S&P, and the Dow all up almost 5% each. The S&P coming in at up 4.94 and really accelerating toward the end of the session. We had a moment, maybe a quarter or so away into the trading day where it actually turned negative and then just came back with a vengeance as the headlines sort of came across and some momentum built through the afternoon. We'll see what the overnight brings. In about an hour, we will give you a preview of Daybreak Asia with Doug Krisner. And in the meantime, we are going to have a couple really interesting conversations. One about the hospitality business. A guy deep in the hotel industry. He's going to help us understand how to think about that. And then later on, the co-founder of Square, Jim McKelvey, he's going to be along. He's got a new book and obviously is sitting right in the middle of some of the most interesting companies and ideas about technology.
I'm just going to put it out there, Ari, you can put up the full frame for our YouTube viewers, because tweet us at Jason Kelly News and at Carol Master, because we will have Jay Stein, CEO of Dream Hotel Group, and we're also going to have the co-founder of Square, as you said, Jim McKelvey. And so lots to talk about with his book and also just what's going on in the tech space in general. So we'd love to hear from you what you might want to ask them or what you might want to hear from them.
All right, so a lot to get to, a day where a lot of big institutions, including political institutions, including academic institutions, really wrestling with this virus. I think anyone who's listening is getting emails all day long and text messages and tweets about what is shutting down, what's going to be postponed. We have the New York Auto Show and others.
Barclays reporting their first coronavirus case on their New York trading floor. So I do think there's some momentum picking up and people trying to get ahead of it as much as they can. And that's why you're seeing more folks think about kind of shutting down events and operations. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week, watching us too on YouTube. This is Bloomberg.
A pack needs someone to follow. Don't look now, but they're behind you. Bloomberg Daybreak.
Could we see the forward guidance?
Weekday mornings at 5 Eastern.
Imports declined 2.8%.
On Bloomberg Radio. Bloomberg. The world is listening.
This is the Bloomberg Green Business Report. Just as Starbucks starts testing out a new, more environmentally friendly disposable coffee cup, there's a bit more urgency that you can blame on the coronavirus. Typically, the multinational chain has allowed refilling of personal cups, thermoses, and other containers, and it's even encouraged the green option with a small discount. Until now, Starbucks has been posting signs informing customers it's temporarily pausing the use of reusable cups to prevent the spread of coronavirus. The move comes just as the chain is starting tests in select stores this week of a new and improved compostable cup. It's mostly paper with a thin lining of bioplastic that's made from natural raw material, including corn and sugarcane, and breaks down within 6 months once it's buried in soil. Starbucks says it was the preferred technology to emerge out of the $10 million Next Gen Cup Challenge it's sponsoring with industry partners, and it's continuing to evaluate other sustainable cup designs. That's the Bloomberg Green Business Report. I'm Bob Moon.
Why do hedge funds and other alternative managers rely on Pershing for a highly personalized experience? Mark Alderati, a managing director at BNY Mellon's Pershing and head of Prime Services, explains.
In today's fast-paced environment, where the only constants are changing,
Life. It's a funny old game, isn't it? 1 minute you're on top, the next, you need all the help you can get. So make sure you're there for those around you. Don't just be a spectator. Be a supporter. Bleed for life. Join us at blood.co.uk.
Capital of the world, 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg Radio.
For
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. It was an up day on Wall Street with the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all surging. Stocks rallied back from the worst rout since the financial crisis on expectations the Trump administration will implement stimulus measures to counter the economic impact from the coronavirus. Treasuries fell, oil jumped, S&P 500 index up 4.9% today as investors digested a trickle of news that President Trump and his team are looking at measures including cutting payroll taxes and aiding ailing businesses. As for the global economic outlook, Joachim Fels is Global Economic Advisor at PIMCO.
Markets have long woken up to the sad reality that we are probably heading into a recession. This is likely to be a global recession. We're seeing the interaction of a supply shock, a demand shock, a financial shock, and most recently also an oil shock, an oil price shock on the downside. So I think these factors together, are likely to push the global economy into a recession.
And he talked about the oil shock. West Texas Intermediate crude now at $34.85 a barrel. It did rally today in sharp contrast to yesterday. WTI up 11.9%. Brent crude at $37.94 barrel of Brent up by 10.4%. Gold flat $16.49 the ounce. The 10-year yield 0.80%. And again on the equity numbers here, S&P 500 index up 135 points, up 4.9%. The Dow up 1,167 points, up 4.9%. NASDAQ up 393 points, up by 5%. We did see a rebound in travel and tourism stocks, a topic we'll be talking about in just a moment right here on Bloomberg Business Week. But for example, we had UAL, parent of United, surging 12.3%. Delta up today by 4.5%. American Airlines Group up by 15.2%. Southwest up 4.5%. JetBlue up by 8.8%. And again, in terms of the hotels today, Marriott International up 5.6%. Hilton up by 4.8%. Recapping, big rally on Wall Street. A lot of that coming in the final few minutes of trading. S&P up 135, a gain of 4.9%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar, Jason Kelly, and this is Bloomberg Radio.
He's into that walk-in music. Jay Stein, Chief Executive Officer of Dream Hotel Group. Now you get it. He's based in New York City. He's here with us in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio right now. He is a veteran of this business. We're going to talk about some of his new hotels. But Jay, got to start by asking, coronavirus and its effect on the travel business feels heavy. What are you seeing out there?
Yeah, so internationally, certainly over in Asia, we've been hearing and reading about this for a number of months. China has gotten hit very hard. Hong Kong hit very hard. And most of the other prime Asian markets over the last 6 weeks had been hit fairly hard as well. And then, of course, we heard about Italy. And in the last week or so, it's really hit hard here in the U.S. And most of it has been, precautionary. I think if you look at the numbers, the actual numbers, they're still very low, but we're not sure where they're going to head. And in this modern era, people have been told to be cautious and less travel and less movement around and less need for hotels. So we're really seeing an impact now.
So wait, you have hotels in Nashville, Hollywood, New York City, Miami, Thailand. Tell me about Thailand.
And New York.
And New York, yes. Oh, I thought I said New York. Okay, sorry. New York City. So Thailand, tell me about that specifically.
So that hotel, the business has been off probably about 50% over the last month or so. And I think, it's stabilized now, and I think we'll start to see things start to move.
It has
back
stabilized?
Up. Yeah, I think it's stabilized. It's not dropping anymore. Those occupancy levels.
Are people coming in? Are you starting to give me an idea of people saying, because one of the things we're trying to figure out is how much of this virus is lasting in terms of people saying, I don't know that I want to travel so far anymore. So I'm just curious, most of the people who come to your places in Thailand, where are they coming from?
So it's a fair amount of domestic and Asia-driven business.
Okay.
Business from other Asian countries.
So any signs in terms of business people looking to book in a couple months, later this year?
Yeah, so as I said, I still think we're about 50% off from where we would normally be.
Okay.
But I don't see it dropping significantly more at this point. So kind of leveling off at that range from about 50% of where we'd normally be. But we'll see if that holds and if it starts to move.
And so so do you just start to see it in cancellations? Do you start to see it, sort of to Carol's question, in sort of behavior, where people are coming from? I mean, you guys have a lot of data at your disposal. I do wonder, as you go a level down, what do you see?
So it starts with the group bookings.
Yeah.
So those are, the furthest out and the biggest numbers and the ones that need to be a little more cautionary. So once we see the group numbers starting to take impact, and those go quick because, if you drop 6-7 groups of 30, 40, 50 people a night for 4 or 5 nights each, you're dropping, $500,000 in an hour. And so we've been seeing a fair amount of group cancellations, particularly this week here in the States.
Well, because to that point, I mean, it does feel like we've been talking a lot about this, this notion of what people are being advised against is more around large gatherings and less around, I mean, obviously people are scaling back travel, and a lot of companies, including ours, are saying, hey, maybe don't take that business trip. But more, you're just saying, well, we're not going to do this conference. We were supposed to go to the Milken conference in LA, coming up in 2 months. They pushed that back to July for now. So those, to your point, those group bookings, and do those come back?
Well, they do come back. Most of those are annual. The ones you're talking about. I was supposed to be in Berlin for the big hotel conference, first week of March every year. That got canceled 2 days before. So it started on a Sunday. I think on Friday they made the official announcement that it was going to cancel. And then ITB, the largest trade show, hotel trade show, on the heels of that every year, it also got canceled. But they didn't get canceled. They got postponed. I think they moved them to June. We'll see how that holds. Obviously, with the Olympics coming up, huge travel. But as you say, it's group stuff. So you wonder, if they make announcements about sports, the NBA, March Madness coming up, just Broadway, in general, those kinds of things. If it starts suggesting people not to be at those, the impact is huge.
So I am curious about some of your properties here in the United States, whether it's New York City, and we're all kind of watching very closely, Hollywood, Nashville, Miami. Are you seeing... And Durham.
Yeah.
Are you seeing any kind of pullback in terms of reservations and people canceling?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you are?
Oh, definitely, yeah.
How much is business down?
We're down probably 30%, but it's still dropping.
Yeah.
So, and that's more for the month of March. April, a little less because some people just haven't made their decisions. So a lot of the groups have already made their decisions, but a lot of the transient have not. And hopefully... once it does start to stabilize, some of those won't drop out, and there will be some pent-up demand, but the ramp-up won't go back in a week. You can't get those group bookings back in a week.
Right.
That'll take some time. The transient stuff moves a little quicker.
Is there a lasting impact in terms of the virus? I mean, in terms of, I don't know, and how you guys, I don't know. Do you
I would say definitely not.
No, okay.
Even as something like the cruise ships, and I'm not a cruise ship specialist, but even there, and there's been some scares over the years, and that's always come back.
Yeah.
But I can say certainly from the hotel part, and I've been through a number of these and different things over the many years I've been doing it. It's always come back as long as that market is still a good market. But I don't think it's the virus that's going to cause the industry to change. Remember, this industry has been around for 5,000 years. People have traveled and needed a place to stay and get something to eat and be safe. So I don't see that changing anytime soon.
One headline that I'm just reading via Twitter, New York Roadrunners canceling the New York City Half Marathon that was set to take place this Sunday. Yeah, you're talking about probably 10, 20,000 runners, obviously, not surprisingly, citing concerns around the coronavirus. Those are the sorts of things where, that's more of a local event, but you think about something like the marathon where you have all these people coming in. All right, Jay Stein, stick with us, CEO of Dream Hotel Group based here in New York City. Got a lot more to talk about, including some expansion plans that Dream Hotels have. I'm fascinated by this whole business of boutiques and kind of what
kind of hotels I like to stay
where
in.
It's going. Yes, exactly. Very on brand.
So it's very on brand and really relevant in terms of the backdrop. But we're going to talk with Jay a little bit about some of their properties, where expansion, where they look to expand. So we'll get into that in just a moment. All right, you're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Master, Jason Kelly. Let's get a check on world and national news headlines. For that, we head out to San Francisco and Ed Baxter. Hey, Ed.
Hey, Carol. Thank you. President Donald Trump has told GOP elected
legislators. He wants a payroll tax waived through the election. He also says he wants help for cruise lines.
We are working very closely with the cruise line industry, and very, very closely. They're taking very strong steps in terms of people going on and going off.
And he says the same for airlines. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell says Congress can get it done.
Last week was a good example of how to do it. I'm confident the Treasury Secretary and the Speaker can find a way forward that'll be comforting to both sides.
And Bloomberg's Kevin Cirilli says that is probably the case.
He won't have the support of all of the Democrats, but he likely will have enough support to get whatever he needs over the finish line.
Although Kevin says no concrete timeline is set, clusters in New York's New Rochelle, where Governor Andrew Cuomo is sending in the National Guard.
We're also going to use the National Guard in the containment area to deliver food to homes, to help with the cleaning of public spaces.
And New Jersey today has announced its first death. In Seattle, where Washington Governor Jay Inslee says he sees a number of cases doubling in the next weeks. Meanwhile, the director of the CDC, Dr. Robert Redfield, says they are making progress now in testing kits.
And I'm happy to say now, with LabCorp and Quest both operational as of yesterday, there's really laboratory testing availability to any doctor's office that can go through LabCorp and Quest.
But he says the U.S. is beyond containment phase and into mitigation, which he says will mean more and more closing of events and quarantines. Meanwhile, both Joe Biden and Bernie Sanders have canceled events for next week in Cleveland, Ohio. And the primaries tonight, full coverage here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm Ed Baxter in San Francisco.
Ed, thank you so much. You are listening to Bloomberg This Week. Jay Stein's still with us, CEO of Dream Hotel Group, based here in New York City. So I got to ask you, the New York hotel scene, I mean, I live here now, but I used to travel here a lot. It's a crazy hotel scene, but it's sort of the birth in many ways of the boutique, or at least it feels like it. How has the New York hotel scene evolved during your career?
Yeah, so I agree with you. So it is kind of the birthplace where boutique, Kimpton Hotels was doing something like it in San Francisco, but really Ian Schrager really put it on steroids, and it's what we
like the Royalton.
Exactly, Morgan's was ground
yeah.
zero, and then and Royalton, and we were pretty early on, and Barry Sternlicht did the first W, and so I always. Point to Ian that he realized our industry just had gotten off base.
Yeah.
We were doing these bland hotels that were pleasing and not offensive and not highly stylized, and the food was just okay.
So generic.
Right. And it was just great to finally say, no, you could offend some people, and you don't have to have everybody love it. And so we got involved in about 97, starting to do lifestyle hotels, and have really evolved over the last 22 years, and that's our only focus is doing lifestyle hotels.
How much of the people that come to stay, they come back again and again and again? It's sticky.
Yeah. It's fun. You get there, and a lot of times people will say, oh, I'm going to this bar, and then they find out, oh, that's the hotel I'm staying at. So they really they feel like they know they've made the right decision.
Well, what are the amenities? And we just got about 25 seconds here that you've got to have in a New York City hotel.
We kind of started the whole rooftop bar situation. We really did at the Dream in Midtown back in 2003. But if you could do a rooftop bar with a pool, even if it's seasonal like New York, you only have 3 months, great with the pool, but it's amazing to have. We also do some other nightlife components. We have an electric room, which is really cool, and downstairs. And
all right,
sounds
we're
like
going to have
go visit.
More ahead. I know we need to do a remote broadcast. We're going to have more with Jay Stein coming up, CEO of Dream Hotel Group. Lots to get into about their expansion. This is Bloomberg.
And Bloomberg Business Week brought to you by New York Community Bank. Ask about their My Community Interest checking with free New York Community Bank online and mobile banking. Earn more, get more. Visit them anytime at mynycb.com.
Life. It's a funny old game, isn't it? 1 minute you're on top, the next, you need all the help you can get.
Yeah, later, yeah.
So make sure you're there for those around you. Don't just be a spectator. Be a supporter. Bleed for life. Join us at blood.co.uk.
When you're not listening to your team, take it to the end zone, the rim, or the net. Keep up with the biggest moments in sports by following TuneIn on social media.
Block, Cook into the end zone for the touchdown.
From From reminders of the live top games to tips of the best sports stations and podcasts.
Welcome to Undisputed. We are live from Los Angeles. I'm Jenny Taft here with Skip Bayless.
Follow and tune in on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to get the most out of TuneIn.
This week on the New Yorker Radio Hour, we'll ask whether America is ready to elect a Democratic Socialist for president. Plus, the science fiction legend William Gibson on climate change. End of the future.
How often do you hear the phrase, the 22nd century? Don't hear it. We no longer have that sense of cultural anticipation.
Listen to this episode of the New Yorker Radio Hour on TuneIn today.
The puck drops. 12 players face off to win. The suspense is pure torture, but you wouldn't miss this for the world. TuneIn brings you every minute of the NHL season. Listen live to hockey when it matters most on TuneIn.
Want to know a quick, easy way to see if your favorite podcasts have a new episode available? Just go to the home screen on your TuneIn app and see the latest editions under the Your New Episode section. Happy listening.
To speaking a new language in just a few weeks. And right now, you can try Babbel for free. Babbel starts out teaching you words and phrases by matching them with pictures. You won't believe how easy the interactive program is. Soon the sentences get a little bigger, and before you know it, you're having simulated conversations voiced by native speakers. And because Babbel is crafted by language experts and uses the spaced repetition method, in just 10 to 15 minutes a day, you'll be speaking the language of your choice with real confidence. With Babbel, you can speak a language. Just text EXPLORE to 64,000 and start your first lesson in the language of your choice for free. Download the Babbel app or text EXPLORE to 64,000 and try it for free. Text EXPLORE to 64,000.
Are you interested in a challenging and exciting career? One where you can be part of solving complex challenges across industries and geographies? Bloomberg's ever-expanding technology, data, news, and media services foster innovation, empower clients, and offer nearly limitless opportunities for career growth. Visit Bloomberg.com/careers today to view our current job opportunities. Bloomberg LP is an equal opportunity employer. The address once again is Bloomberg.com/careers.
Vatsal Shah is Senior Project Engineer at Mott MacDonald, a global engineering consultancy with more than 16,000 employees. He earned his PhD at New Jersey Institute of Technology, and as an adjunct professor is helping NJIT students explore emerging technologies.
My focus is renewable markets, emerging technologies, the idea of floating cities. What are we doing to develop that? What will happen to the city on the water? Well, you're going to have waves hitting it. You're going to have solar. How are you going to develop plants? How are you going to develop vegetation and farming? That sort of thought process happens at NJIT. We actually plan out what will the city look like. How do we develop that? So in 10 years, we're actually ready to take on those challenges when we have our first development in the water. NJIT also has been doing a lot of work in self-healing materials. So taking the polymers and the new material that we have in our material sciences departments and putting them into things like concrete, things like steel, reinforcing our soil.
NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology. Learn more at njit.edu.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all came rallying back from the worst rout since the financial crisis on expectations the Trump administration will implement stimulus measures to counter the economic impact from the coronavirus. S&P 500 index up 135 points today. That was a gain of almost 5%. The Dow up 1,167 points, up by 4.9%. NASDAQ up 393 points, higher by 5%. 10-year yield 0.80%. Gold, little change, down 0.1%, down $1.19 the ounce at $16.48 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude surging 11.9%, rebounding somewhat from yesterday's plunge. West Texas Intermediate, $34.85 a barrel. Recapping, stocks rally, S&P up 135 points, higher today by 4.9%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
So we're here with Jay Stein, CEO of the New York-based Dream Hotel Group, here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. You do have a lot of properties around the country, also around the world. What are your expansion plans?
Yeah, so we've been signing up almost a deal a month over the last 15 months or so. We've gotten very active. More of the deals now are with other developers. In the old days, we were the developer and the brand and the manager, but most of it we've morphed into a brand and management company. So just recently we've signed up Turks and Caicos, Playa del Carmen, Las Vegas, and San Antonio. And recently behind that was Cleveland and Memphis on the heels of our Nashville property.
How do you pick?
Well, some of it is opportunistic. We have developers that are building hotels. They want to work with a great lifestyle company, and they'll meet a few of them, and hopefully we're able to convince them we're the right one to go to. And then we also look in particular markets. We're still not in Washington and Boston, and to be based here in New York for so many years and to not have those key cities, that's certainly on our radar. We need to be in San Francisco and London. So those are probably the top four that we desperately want to make happen. We've got some possible deals in all of them at the moment, but none of them are signed yet. Some of it's opportunistic and some of it, we've got 5 different business development people that are out running around.
Will you say no to somebody when you're like,
Oh, definitely.
You will.
First of all, if it's just not the right market, or they just can't build the right kind of product for one of our brands. And we only do upscale and above. So upscale, upper upscale, and luxury is where we play. We're not in the mid-scale and economy scale.
And so let's talk about the portfolio, because you've got some different brands. We talked a little bit about the Time brand. There's a Time hotel up near where I live I'm in Tarrytown. It's across the river in Nyack. Really nice property, and situated right there where you get a lot of sort of traffic going by. Help us understand the different pieces of the portfolio and what you're going for with the different brands.
Yeah, so we've got our luxury brand, which is the Chatwal, and that's 5-star, competes with Mandarin and Four Seasons. The Dream is our upper upscale, 4.5-star. Has to have some very high energy nightlife components, as well as a number of other food and beverage and health and wellness components to it. The Time brand, a little bit more, perhaps more sophisticated than Dream, doesn't need as much food and beverage as well as the Dream. And then Unscripted can also go in secondary locations where the other brands more go into the primary locations. And Unscripted could be what we call upscale as well as going into the upper upscale. And then we just launched our brand, which would be By Dream Hotel Group. So the property I just mentioned in Turks and Caicos and Playa del Carmen are both part of this new By Dream Hotel Group. So that would have its own branding. So it's The Bite, By Dream Hotel Group. The Bite is a neighborhood in Grace Bay area of Turks and Caicos. And then Emma and Alyssa was this project that was going on in Playa del Carmen. Is also a residential component. And then the hotel will be Emma and Alyssa By Dream Hotel Group. And it fits within our lifestyle type of hotels, but has its own unique branding as opposed to one of our own brands.
So by partnering and with developers, are they kind of shouldering a lot of the financial lift there, or if not all of it?
Yeah, so typically they would do all of it in terms of building it out. We may come in with some sliver equity on some of the deals, and on some other ones we would even consider a partnership depending on the location. But more often than not, they're funding the hotel. We're coming in with the brand and the management.
So I do wonder in terms of, because when the market was selling off, everybody was talking about, the financial markets tightening and the credit markets tightening. Were there deals that you guys were getting ready to do and they said, you know what, we got to ride out this storm. So let me talk to you in a month, or let me talk to you in 2 months, and we'll talk about maybe moving ahead on a project.
So we haven't had that yet, because really the storm really hit in the last 5 or 6 days or so.
So the phones haven't been ringing off the hook to say, let's put a hold on something.
No, but the deals that we were already discussing, they're pretty deep into it. And these are savvy people. They're not going to get, where they just stop talking. If they were ready to sign, their mortgage tomorrow or something, maybe it might be different. I'm on a flight tonight to Denver to talk to a group that we're looking to finalize a Dream in Denver in the Rhino section. And they're all flying out for the meeting, and it's definitely going on. So, I would say it's business as usual in terms of those big deals. They take 3 or 4 years to build. They take $100 to $200 million to fund. They're not going to make this decision around coronavirus for a couple of weeks right now. They may let it play out for a little before they make final big decisions, but these things take a long time to really come through.
So as you think back over the several decades in this business, what's become the biggest sort of challenge? Is it labor? Is it design? Is it competition? Is it picking geographies, picking partners? Like, what's top of your list when you sort of think, wow, this has gotten a lot tougher?
I would say that really kind of the change in technology.
Interesting.
I often say that we were disrupted way before anybody else was, because when the OTAs, what they call online travel agents, this started about 20 years ago. So really, when the internet started, our industry got disrupted.
Yeah.
And it took a long time before Amazon and Uber and Airbnb, did other things many years later. But we went through a dramatic change in our industry when all of a sudden you were able to look at 25 hotels on one page, what the price was and where they were located. Before that, you couldn't do that.
You could really shop for a hotel.
Right. You needed to go to a travel agent or take out the yellow pages.
Right.
Or you couldn't just go to one page and see what I'm charging tonight and all of my competitors. It really turned it a bit into a commodity very quickly. And that's why hotels like ours and people are trying to differentiate their products, do great things. And so it really did change dramatically.
If you don't stay in your hotel, what brand do you stay at?
A lot of times I will just go to see what's the great thing in those cities.
Check out the competition.
So it'll be many different brands. It'll be many, like tonight I'm not staying in a branded hotel. I'm staying in the Ramble, which is a great hotel in the Rhino section. I want to see it.
Right.
And when I was in Memphis recently, stayed in a great independent property. And I would stay in it doesn't have to be an independent. I'll stay in brands too, as long as it's something that's interesting to see. And I want to see.
I bet you're fun to travel with too.
My daughter and my wife say that. Yeah.
Safe travel.
They probably say fun in a slightly different way. All right. Jay Stein, thank you so much, CEO of Dream Hotel Group. Really appreciate the time. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week right here on Bloomberg Radio.
News without analysis is like half a bridge.
Why is the debt to GDP ratio still so important?
Those things, once they're set in place, stay around for years.
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business, Radio.com, and iHeartRadio apps, and BloombergRadio.com.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. It was a wild day on Wall Street, reversing more than half of yesterday's steep declines. Investors are hoping to hear about stimulus measures planned by the Trump administration to ease the sting of the coronavirus. The Dow Jones Industrial Average jumped 1,167. The S&P 500 gained 136. The Nasdaq Composite climbed 394. Airlines haven't seen it this bad since 9/11. Carriers are slashing flight schedules as travel demand dries up. United is stress testing a scenario in which revenue falls as much as 70% in April and May. It looks like extra hand sanitizing stations won't be enough to keep the New York Auto Show on track. Organizers reportedly have begun telling automakers that a delay from April to August is possible. Hollywood continues to reschedule some upcoming movie releases due to the coronavirus. Sony Pictures is moving Peter Rabbit 2 to August. It had been set to hit U.S. theaters on April 3rd. Larry Kofsky, Bloomberg Radio.
Imagine being fired because of who you love. Imagine being denied medical treatment because of who you marry. Imagine being evicted because of who you are. Millions of Americans don't have to imagine this. They have to live it. Because in 31 states, it's legal to discriminate against LGBT people. Get the facts at beyondido.org. Brought to you by the Gill Foundation and the Ad Council.
Not completing high school is more of a social thing than it was an academic thing. I came out in the 11th grade. Nobody was embracing you. The kids were cruel. It was very difficult to be gay. Even though all these years have passed, I still had that longing to have my diploma. The hard part was determining that I was going to do it, but I definitely didn't do it alone.
At age 30, with the help of her mentor, Carissa finished her high school diploma.
I have a mentor, Maria. She convinced me to continue my education and finish what I started to get my diploma. Just never judges. She's a true
Life. It's a funny old game, isn't it? 1 minute you're on top, the next, you need all the help you can get.
Yeah, later, yeah.
So make sure you're there for those around you. Don't just be a spectator. Be a supporter. Bleed for life. Join us at blood.co.uk.
The government has coordinated and streamlined coronavirus messaging, but is it the right message?
What's really necessary is for the people in the government who don't know the details to stop telling us things like there will be a vaccine in 1 year. Stop it. That's not helpful.
Making sense of the noise and the silence on this week's On the Media from WNYC. Listen to the On the Media podcast from WNYC Studios on TuneIn today.
When you're not listening to your team, take it to the end zone, the rim, or the net. Keep up with the biggest moments in sports by following TuneIn on social media.
Block, Cook into the end for the touchdown.
From reminders of the live top games to tips of the best sports stations and podcasts.
Welcome to Undisputed. We are live from Los Angeles. I'm Jenny Taft here with Skip Bayless.
Follow and TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to get the most out of TuneIn.
In case you didn't know, TuneIn lets you listen to the same radio stations you pick up on your home or car radio, except you can hear them from anywhere. If you want to find a station from somewhere else in the world, navigate to the By Location section under Browse. Keep exploring with TuneIn.
The puck drops. 12 players face off to win. The suspense is pure torture, but you wouldn't miss this for the world. TuneIn brings you every minute of the NHL season. Listen live to hockey when it matters most on TuneIn.
How uncomfortable should central banks be with this situation?
Morning should be good for you.
We had no idea where this would head on that morning after.
Bloomberg Surveillance. Weekday mornings at 7 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
Business is constantly evolving. Is your financial printer evolving to keep ahead of the curve? At Command Financial, we are redefining financial printing by providing industry-leading expertise, leveraging technology, and honing processes and best practices. Every day, Command helps SEC registrants, as well as members of their working groups, including securities attorneys and investment bankers, prepare, file, and disseminate regulatory and disclosure documents, such as registration statements, M&A documents, and mutual fund prospectuses and reports. Command provides a full range of services to help you effectively complete your deal, meet your disclosure requirements, and achieve your shareholder communications objectives. Visit our website at commandfinancial.com and learn how we're evolving, not only with the times, but also with your business requirements. Command Financial, redefining financial printing.
Broadcasting live to New York, Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 106.1. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week on Bloomberg Radio, watching us on YouTube. Carol Master along with Jason Kelly. An interview we've been looking forward to all day. And it's time to disrupt disruption. How many times do we talk about this? We just talked about it yesterday with Kathy Wood. And
it's
innovation.
a book, and we're also told that it had an earlier life as a comic book. So that's all you need to know about this. And also this guy co-founded Square.
People have been already sending me questions to ask him. So we'll get to McElvey in just a moment. Let's get back to your top business stories and Charlie Pellet.
Gotta stay tuned for that with that setup. Here's what's going on. We have got the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all rallying back from the worst rout since the financial crisis on expectations the Trump administration will implement stimulus measures to counter the economic impact from the coronavirus. Treasuries fell, oil rallied, S&P 500 index jumped 4.9% today, up 135 points to 2882. The Dow back above 25,000, 25,018, up 1,167 points today, up 4.9%. The NASDAQ Composite Index up 393 points. That was a gain today of 5%. 10-year yield, 0.80%. Gold, lower, little change. 0.1% right now at $16.48 the ounce. Crude, big story, rebounding from yesterday's sell-off, rebounding partially. The barrel of West Texas Intermediate up 7.9%, $34.85 a barrel. Brent global benchmark 37.75, higher today by 9.9%. Well, as for the market backdrop, Kate Moore is chief equity strategist at BlackRock Financial.
Well, certainly the probability of a lower economic growth trajectory is high. We are not seeing a catastrophic environment. And so we haven't fully de-risked in the sense that we have traded out of kind of growthier and what we think are kind of more interesting names. I know there are a lot of people at this point who are calling for a big rotation into value and cyclicals. You know, we're not really in that camp.
Big gains for oil today, and oil stocks certainly among the beneficiaries. ExxonMobil, for example, up today by 3.7%. Chevron up today by 5.3%. Stitch Fix Inc. out of San Francisco plunged to a record low after the fashion subscription company cut its revenue outlook for the rest of the year, leading analysts to slash their 12-month price targets. Shares of Stitch Fix lower today by 25.2%. Recapping a rally today, a rebound with the S&P up 135 points, up 4.9%. I'm Charlie Pellett, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie, thanks so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Jason Kelly, Carol Masser, right here on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, so as I mentioned earlier, an interview we've been looking forward to. Jimmy Kelvy's in our studio, our Interactive Broker studio, co-founder of Square, still a board member. His new book, The Innovation Stack, Building an Unbeatable Business One Crazy Idea at a Time. And we have the book, but I also have a comic book in my hand.
You've got the comic book. It looks great on radio.
So it does. Well,
we're on YouTube as well. We're on YouTube.
We're putting it on YouTube as well, and we'll get it out there. Why am I holding a comic book?
You're holding a comic book because originally this story that I was telling was so epic that I didn't think words would suffice. So I started drawing.
Yeah.
And the stories were so funny that I drew a comic, and when I submitted it to the publisher, it was a comic book that then flipped back into text. And then the publisher rightly explained to me that nobody will read a comic book on a foreign screen anymore.
Right.
And everybody listens to audiobooks.
Yep.
And he was like, well, your stupid drawings are not going to work, so you need to rewrite this thing. So I spent another year rewriting it, so it's now a textbook. But I also then started separately published a comic because it's a great story. I mean, there's a destruction of a major city, there's murder, there's an evil gang.
Coming to Netflix.
Coming to Netflix, I hope.
Just saying. Or one of them.
Right? Come on.
Exactly.
The long tail.
Exactly.
Why do you feel compelled to write it either as a comic or as a book?
So I had to write this because I had this crazy thing happen. Square was attacked by Amazon when it was about 4 years old. Yeah. And when Amazon attacks you, you die. Because Amazon, they undercut your price, they copy your product, and then they watch you wither. And Square survived. And amazingly, Amazon, after a year of attacking us, quit and then mailed everybody a Square reader and said, we're out. So I was blown away by it, but then I couldn't explain what happened.
Yeah.
So I started looking for patterns and looking for this has happened to, and I found that throughout history, there are few but very significant companies that had the same thing happen. And they all had this thing that I've come to call the innovation stack, which is a way of essentially ensuring that your company becomes dominant in its industry.
How do you do that?
So you start by not copying. You start by innovating. You start by going to an area that hasn't been explored before and then building your own series of tools. And the pattern it's been repeated throughout history, but it basically involves beginning with something new.
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting that you say this because I mentioned earlier, Kathy Wood, I don't know if you're familiar with her ARK investment, but her whole investment thesis is investing in disruption, whether it's in healthcare, whether it's in fintech, whether it's she's a big proponent of Tesla and has made a lot of money out of doing it. Her point when we spoke to her yesterday was when you have market dislocations like we're seeing in the financial markets, innovation comes out of it because it has to. And I do wonder how you think about that too in your thinking of creating something.
So I think that's absolutely right. And I think if you're looking at companies that are going to be durable, you're looking for essentially an innovation stack. So if we could take Tesla as an example, it wasn't that they're making a car. They're making an electric car. So that's not just, a new battery, a new drivetrain.
Right.
It's an entirely new platform. And Tesla has hundreds, if not thousands, of different innovations that make it possible to make that car. And if you're going to try to copy that, if you're GM or Ford or any of these other companies, you're facing a very steep curve because you just can't copy two or three things. Whereas if Toyota wanted to do something different, GM and Ferrari and the other petrol-based car companies would very rapidly copy it.
All right, so can we go back briefly? We've only got about a minute left, and we're going to keep you around and bug you with some other questions. But, the birth of Square is amazing. You were a glass blower?
Glass blower? Still am.
I love that.
So how did this happen? you couldn't make a sale.
So Jack Dorsey and I worked together 20 years ago at a company that I still have, and we decided to start a new company. We didn't know what we were going to do. I was in my studio one day trying to sell a piece of glass, and I lost a sale because I couldn't take an Amex card. And I called Jack on my iPhone, and I said, this is what we need to do. So that was what became Square.
All right. So in just the few minutes we have left, since you brought him up, got to ask you, Jack Dorsey has been under a little bit of pressure lately.
You can't do that now with only 40 seconds left.
I got to give him at least a chance to. What do you think about the two CEOs? What do you think about Paul Singer's argument?
So I'm not paying much attention to what's happening at Twitter. I'm on Square's board, and Jack is doing a great job at Square.
Well, there you go. All right. See, I got it in there.
We might have a follow-up. I was going to say.
I really don't know that much about Twitter.
No. We have to take a commercial break, but we're going to come back and continue talking with Jim McKelvey. He's co-founder of Square, board member. His book is The Innovation Stack. I think it's so relevant to kind of our world at large right now.
So
Building
much to ask him
unbeatable business, one crazy idea at a time. It's those crazy ideas that really create something that is often lasting. All right. In the meantime, we do want to get a check on world and national news headlines. For that, we head out to San Francisco and check in with our own Ed Baxter. Hello there.
Hello, Carol. The head of the CDC, Dr. Robert Redfield, says the fight against coronavirus is shifting from containment to mitigation, which means more closing of communities, sealed off, canceled public events. He also says global scheme has changed major times.
Right now, the epicenter, the new China, is Europe. And there's a lot of people coming back and forth from Europe that are not starting to see these communities, and we are moving quickly to understand how to address Europe.
Now, speaking of Italy, border lockdown. Officials are now reporting cases topping 10,000. New York Governor Andrew Cuomo is sending the National Guard into the case cluster in New Rochelle to help with cleaning and deliver food to homes. New Jersey reporting its first step. Washington State's Governor Jay Inslee is talking about the exponential growth in the state.
So if there are 1,000 people infected today, in 7 or 8 weeks, there could be 64,000 people infected in the state of Washington if we don't somehow slow down this epidemic. And the next week it'd be 120,000, and the next week it'd be 250,000.
Meanwhile, President Donald Trump has been on Capitol Hill to talk potential payroll tax break through the election. He also has pitched help for cruise lines and also for airlines.
Likewise with the airline industry, they're taking very, very strong steps for people coming into our country, even getting off the planes.
Now, Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell says, all of that can work. Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown has another priority.
To me, this is also about protecting public health through making sure that lower-income workers, people making $10, $12, $15 an hour who don't have sick leave.
Now, in the United States, delegates from 6 states up for grabs today in the race for president of the U.S. We shall have full election coverage. Kevin Cirilli anchoring it later here on Bloomberg Radio. In San Francisco now, I'm Ed Baxter.
All right, Jim McKelvey is still with us, co-founder of Square. He's the author of a new book called The Innovation Stack.
What we just did, like what we're trying to talk about with Jim.
Building an unbeatable business, one crazy idea at a time. All right, so you've got some serious New York roots. Tell us about it.
Mom's from Yonkers. My grandfather, Otto Rothbauer, used to brew beer for Dutch Schultz during Prohibition.
All right, tell us more about it. What do you know about that story?
So this is all secondhand through my uncle. But during Prohibition, I mean, my grandfather was an immigrant. He only knew how to brew beer. He had a supportive poor family, and they brewed it and shipped it through a sewer pipe. They ran a pipe through the sewers and served the beer out of a Polish church.
Here in New York?
Here in New York, up in Yonkers.
Wow.
Oh,
yeah, and years later they found this pipe going through, the underground under the streets and couldn't explain it, and it was where the beer flowed.
Had a great smell to it.
I wasn't there.
But you hang out in New York. What's the New York tech scene?
The New York tech scene was fantastic. When we were launching Square, both Jack and I wanted to locate here. And we located in San Francisco because there were more engineers out there. So this was 2010. And actually, the city of New York offered us free office space. And both Jack and I wanted to be here. Jack had an apartment at the time. I have an apartment here now. I love New York. I'm sort of half a New Yorker anyway. Yeah. And you can tell by the speed at which I speak.
Yes. You do not speak like a San Franciscan.
No. I'm from St. Louis. But, born and raised. But New York's in my blood. And look, it's a great city. And I love it.
Today, though, there's plenty of engineers in New York. Would it be easier? Yeah. It's obviously easier today.
It's much easier today. There are great engineers everywhere, and I've got a company called Invisibly that's right now got an office in New York and in San Francisco.
Then that's a content. That's about sort of the economics of content.
Yeah, it's trying to get people like you paid. I mean, it's basically to pay more for quality content and less for crap.
All right, good. We're going to talk more about that when
you
we come back.
Quality content.
Yeah, and not crap. Yeah. All right, Jim McKelvey is going to come back with his co-founder of Square, author of The Innovation Stack, building an unbeatable
you're talking
business
fast now, Jason
one
Kelly.
crazy idea at a time, because I'm racing against the clock. This is Bloomberg.
All right, check out today's Bloomberg Business Week podcast. We talked to a doctor and administrator who's at ground zero when it comes to the virus. Talked about how we are in the early days. Check it out wherever you download your podcasts.
Life. It's a funny old game, isn't it? 1 minute you're on top, the next, you need all the help you can get.
Yeah, later, yeah.
So make sure you're there for those around you. Don't just be a spectator. Be a supporter. Bleed for life. Join us at blood.co.uk.
At the Bank of Santander, they've created Stan, a smart bot that can predict the future of remortgaging.
All right, Stan, will my mortgage rate go up?
1955 was the last time Newcastle won the cup.
No, and try not to mumble.
Playing, let's get ready to rumble.
Meanwhile, at Santander, they can't predict your future, but they'll help secure it with great mortgage rates fixed for up to 10 years. See what's possible at Santander.
Early repayment charges apply. Lending subject to status and criteria. Your home may be repossessed if you do not keep up repayments on your mortgage.
The puck drops. 12 players face off to win. The suspense is pure torture, but you wouldn't miss this for the world. TuneIn brings you every minute of the NHL season. Listen live to hockey when it matters most on TuneIn.
Are you curious what others are listening to on TuneIn? Head to the trending section under Browse to see the most popular stations and podcasts among TuneIn listeners right now. Check it out. You might just discover something new for yourself.
When you're not listening to your team, take it to the end zone, the rim, or the net. Keep up with the biggest moments in sports by following TuneIn on social media.
Block, Cook into the end zone for the touchdown.
From reminders of the live top games to tips of the best sports stations and podcasts.
Welcome to Undisputed. We are live from Los Angeles. I'm Jenny Taft here with Skip Bayless.
Follow and TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to get the most out of TuneIn.
The government has coordinated and streamlined its coronavirus messaging, but is it the right message?
What's really necessary is for the people in the government who don't know the details to stop telling us things like there will be a vaccine in 1 year. Stop it. That's not helpful.
Making sense of the noise and the silence on this week's On the Media from WNYC. Listen to the On the Media podcast from WNYC Studios on TuneIn today.
And breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. 2 developing stories. Google has told all North American staff to work from home through April 10th. Hilton withdrawing its 2020 outlook in response to the COVID-19 virus. Hilton says the negative impact will be greater than its prior estimate. Stocks advanced today, rebounding from yesterday's sell-off. The Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all higher today. S&P up 135 points. That's a gain of just about 5%. Dow Industrials up 1,167, higher by 4.9%. NASDAQ up 393 points. That was an advance. 5%. Yield on the 10-year 0.80%. Gold little change, $16.49 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude surging 10.3% today, $34.36 a barrel. Recapping stocks rally, S&P up 135 points, up 4.9%. And that's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie, thanks so much. Let's head to Washington now. The Vice President speaking at the White House. Let's listen in.
The risk to the average American of contracting the coronavirus remains low. But we're absolutely determined to give every American the tools and the information that they need to protect themselves, their families, their workplace, their schools, and we're going to work together. We're going to work together to see our way through this, and working with leaders in both parties in Congress, working with with leaders at the state level all across this nation. I'm confident we will. With that, Dr. Tony Fauci for an update on the status.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Just to give you a very brief sketch of what we do every day, the cases continue to increase globally. We're paying particular attention to the cases in Europe and Italy and France, in which we're starting to see that up at the same time as the relative number of new cases come down from China. What we're seeing in Europe is that Europe is in that upslope. So that's something that is expected. That's the way these kinds of outbreaks go. This is not a surprise to anybody if you look at the history of infectious diseases outbreaks. In the United States, we continue to have new cases. As of this morning, there were 712, I believe, with 27 deaths guaranteed by the time of this evening. That's going to be up, and there'll be several more. And tomorrow, there'll be several more. So we realize that this is something, obviously, that we've been saying all along, that we're taking very seriously. Now the question is, what are we going to do about that? And there are a number of things that one can do in order to blunt it. If you look at the curves of outbreaks, they go big peaks and they come down. What we need to do is flatten that down. That would have less people infected. That would ultimately have less deaths. You do that by trying to interfere with the natural flow of the outbreak. So what we're saying today is that although we keep coming in and saying appropriately that as a nation, the risk is relatively low, there are parts of the country right now that are having community spread in which the risk there is clearly a bit more than that. And you know the places, Washington State, California, New York, and Florida. But what I want to talk to you about today, just for a moment or two, is that we would like the country to realize that as a nation, we can't be doing the kinds of things we were doing a few months ago. That it doesn't matter if you're in a state that has no cases or one case. You have to start taking seriously what you can do now, that if and when the infections will come, and they will come, sorry to say, sad to say, they will. But when you're dealing with an infectious disease, we always have that metaphor that people talk about, that Wayne Gretzky, he doesn't go where the puck is, he's going where the puck is